seconds ago is when the stream went live. That's to see if the VOD cuts the first second or two off, because I've had a feeling for the last little while that that's been happening, and I want to confirm it. I want to see with my own two ears if this VOD function on YouTube.com has betrayed me or not. We'll find out, We'll find out. We're gonna figure it out, and then parties will be held responsible. We're gonna take them aside and cut their hands lightly, leave some vanity scars. What'd you think I was gonna say? Some kind of weird dismemberment fetish thing? What are you, a sicko? Huh? You sicko? You weird sicko? Hello, howdy. Gokai Silver, hello. Howdy and hello. That means that the stream's working. That's good. It would be bad if it was not working. Because then I wouldn't really know what to do. I'd just be chilling out talking to myself for a while. That would be okay. I'm already rethinking my position on this. That would actually be kind of okay. It'd be kind of weird, but it'd be kind of okay. I gotta assemble me a little bit of a shared ink wash. RG1 Studios, salutations. Overlord more like your mama, says Pog. We allowed to say that on YouTube? Adam Rockmore, hello. Sup, as they say. Ellison Quizmorio, greetings. Yeah, Gokai Silver, nobody knows who's going to judge, right? And even if they do judge, what are they going to do about it? Chris Muse, do you remember the Pogs episode of Bobby's World? I didn't know Bobby's World ever did anything topical. That's kind of messing with my head. Ryder Skullman, what up? Welcome, everyone, to the late night. A.K.A. prime time for the West Coast. The hell is Bobby's World? Oh, no. Now you've just made two of us age 10 years. We can't explain what Bobby's World is. More of our skin will fall off. Dynamo Dave 2002, happy Friday from BC. Well, happy Saturday to you from Ontario. Picky Peeves says happy menstrual hygiene day. I didn't know that was a thing, but I'm actually just taking for granted that you're not making up a thing. I was like, yeah, sure. Sounds reasonable. You're slowly balding faster after you said that. That's right. Saying, what's Bobby's World? Red Lion, yo ho hoy. Yo ho hoy hoy. Gokai Silver, you just realized Gokai's 10 years old. Yeah. Ninjatron. Happy whatever from where you are. No, happy whoever from where I am. What if Gizmo were a little boy? I guess. Bobby's World is not a Nick cartoon, I don't think. Bobby's World is before Nickelodeon made all the cartoons. Adam Rockmore, I hate to be a broken record, I got some Riot Quest I'm working on. Still the story of me and doing anything streaming. Bumble the Badass B, it's an honor. Just stumbled across your Fig Arts Kamen Rider reviews a few days ago. Managed to watch them all. Well, thank you very much. It's been 9 years since Japanese children were extremely wrong about Go Busters. Jeremy Campos, correct. You're here in time. Ryder Skullman, I'm always scared of messing up. Yeah, Bobby's World was a Fox Kids thing. Yeah, that's right. Ryder Skullman, if it helps at all, something like this, I forgot to put all the medals on. And so I was like, well, once upon a time, I would have been like, time to spend 400 hours putting the metal on and not messing up all the skin that I did. Nowadays, I'm just like, whatever. That's what I've found is the more you paint things, the more casual you feel about, messing anything up. It very much becomes like, I'll fix it. That's about it. I guess that's my way of saying paint stuff, and then you'll be more confident to paint stuff. It's like a Self-fulfilling prophecy. Have I played any I have still not played any Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is still that thing all my friends played that I nod and smile about, like Pokemon Go. I mean, full disclosure, I played Pokemon Go for a summer. But I have a lot of friends who played it for more than a summer. The Optimus Prime armor, hot damn. How are you? I don't even have a new iPhone, but iPhones are like pretty good at streaming. Okay, Silver, painting is not anywhere near as hard or complex as my brain thinks it is. Yeah, whenever I even look at like this guy, where I'm like, I know what I want to do on him, I'm like, oh, this is gonna take hours. Like putting all the metal on this guy earlier in the week, I was like, this is gonna take me hours, and it was like 20 minutes. It just felt in my brain like hours. And it turns out I was like, no, I'm just overthinking how this is gonna go. That's partly why I like streaming painting, because I still get like, a little bit of paralysis now and then when I'm going to paint. But if I'm streaming, I have to make decisions. And that actually helps me a lot. It just makes me do things and not worry about if they're, right or wrong. I just do them. And with painting, I think that's kind of what you want to do. Redline, we all played Pokemon Go for a summer. Yeah, you're right. The greatest summer of human civilization. I quote from the chat. I'm not sure if I'm up there with it, but it was certainly an interesting summer that taught a lot of us how traffic lights work, I think. Oh, I will say, painting miniatures is also, I think, way easier than painting toys, because you don't think about all the moving parts. Ryder Skullman, I remember the pile of swine from the podcast. Yeah, the pig. What I can't remember its name again. Pig Dot, Swine Dot, Pork Scum, whatever that Pokemon is called. K Noah, I'm painting some Riot Quest. I'm hoping that in this stream I can at least finish these two. I feel like that's doable, but I want to make some progress on all of them. RG1 Studios, you want to do a refractor into Shamble? I like Shamble. Swinub! I just got to that part in the chat. 3 people. Hi, Baltan! 3 people. People always know what I'm talking about when I get Swinub's name wrong. And usually it also comes from people going like, also, don't you dare pick on Swinub like that. I don't wake up in the morning thinking to myself, today, I'm going to be mean to Swinub. I don't even set out in the evening. I don't finish my dinner thinking to myself, damn, I can't wait to get in my day's quota of dogging Swinub, of telling Swinub that it does not necessarily warrant its existence. I don't wake up thinking that, just in my own defense. It just happens naturally. Swinub crosses me. And maybe it's Swinub's fault. No one ever seems to consider that. They're always like, "Whoa, Chris, why are you so mean to Swinub?" And it's like, hey, maybe Swinub didn't have to, put Swinub into my sights as Swinub always does. Maybe if Swinub didn't dress that way. What are we talking about? I don't know why you kind of look like an evil pro ZD. It might be because we're both at least partly Asian. I actually don't know Sun Wong Cho's full nationality. Ransom Fern, we just started. This stream is less than 10 minutes old. You got here early. There are 493 Pokemon plus 156 more. Those are all I don't recognize any of those numbers. What do you? I always try to disclaim people when I talk about Pokemon, it's about 60% the way I talk about Gundam. So it's nothing personal. It's just how it occupies my brain. None of you were there in my lousier younger years when I tried to have hot takes on Digimon without ever engaging with it. So just, count your blessings there. I saw something about Digimon the other day, and I was thinking to myself while I was in the shower, as you do, I was like, I probably missed a step in my youth, assuming the worst of Digimon, because it seems like it's Pokemon but with literal missile launchers. And I feel like that would not have had trouble engaging me, if that makes any sense. I think it's too late now. Nothing's ever too late, but I think that's like, I'm past the point where I'm looking for little monster friend media. But it would have clicked with me. I think. By the time that they were doing like Gatai and missile launchers and lightsabers and stuff, Digimon is basically super robots. It's not. But whenever I see clips of it, I'm like, this is very mecha. This is extremely mecha. So just so I'm not misunderstanding, the Lane guy did Digimon and not Pokemon. They hired the Serial Experiments Lane guy to make an EVA-influenced cyberpunk drama and put Digimon in it. Aha! I was not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! I missed entirely because I had stopped watching YTV when Canada got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub. So I didn't actually know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! That one was also a victim of me in my early 20s having... Well, late teens, early 20s, I guess. I can't remember anymore. But younger me, over in BC, having really bad opinions about stuff I hadn't watched. Hello, Nick. Ryder Skullman, no worries. Have some good snoozing and resting. Chris Muse, I did stop watching YTV. I forgot the precise era. I hate to be a nostalgia scumbag, but it was partially when the Zone Phil Guerrero era kind of came to a close. I felt like YTV was sort of not for me anymore. There was some like one summer where I didn't like any of the programming too, I think, and then I just didn't watch it again. I missed a hello somewhere. Oh, Redline, have a good rest. Bergen08, hello to you. Okay, Noah, what are you putting on the mini? Some kind of clear coat? Oh, I'm putting on an ink wash. This is a shading ink wash. I'm putting it on the metal parts to bring out some more definition. I thinned it with some medium, and maybe I didn't need to thin it because it is... Well, no, now that it's drying, it's looking better. But this is to give some shading and definition and a little bit of that old like scunge to the metal parts. But it is also pooling in some places, so I got to go around here and move it around a little bit. I went for a mixture of Agrax Earthshade, which is a dark brown, and Army Painter Dark Tone, which is like a very dark green, because this guy is already very much brown and green, so this should bring his metal parts a little bit more hue-wise in line with everything else going on. That's the hope anyway. I'm not actually sure if that will be the end result. I'm adding it over all the stuff that I metallicized the other day that is still kind of bright, just so that it gets gets a little dank looking. Oh, Nick, thank you for checking out that previous stream. Lorenz Retiro, hello. Yes, it is a wash. Chris Muse, you bumped into Sean Majumder during the Whites. That's when he was Ed Brainbin on the laundry outlet themed weekend morning program. I forgot what it was called now. It's like Brainwash, I think. He wasn't on there that long. That's when Sean Majumder was like about to pivot into stand-up, I think. I can talk. I think also part of the reason why I kind of fell away from YTV is I was in BC, where YTV is only a TV channel. If I was in Ontario in my childhood, boy howdy. Carrot Gear, I'm really badly colorblind with stuff like this. Any advice or simple words of encouragement for mini painting? Yeah. I'm not colorblind, so I should preface by saying I don't really have like firsthand stuff I can at least I'm not colorblind in a degree that I'm aware of, to be really specific. I've never gotten tested. I haven't noticed anything awry when talking to people about what I'm seeing. But I've kept up with a couple mini painters over the years in podcasts and stuff who are colorblind to some degree. Midwinter, I believe a guy from Midwinter Minis has a degree of colorblind. Vinny Caravella on Giant Bomb has talked about, or formerly Giant Bomb, likes painting stuff and is also colorblind to I think a severe degree on one part of the spectrum. Basically, it's like, how do you put it? One thing that I know I've heard people do is that they will just, get some colors together and then ask someone else in their life, like, do these colors look good together? But I think also if you get colors and you base what you're doing off of, I don't have one I can hold up, base it off of the color wheel. So like, even if you can't really see it super well, if you have like blues and reds and greens and etc., and you know where they are locationally on the color wheel, you could make decisions based on that too. So if you know, like, oh, my main color's this, so my accent color will be from across the color wheel over here, whatever this is. If this is where the color wheel is. So there's that, or just like putting on some base colors that you think are going to look okay, and then, ask someone, like, that's, if you're in a position to be able to ask folks about what your color choices are, that seems like the go-to, but I know that that's not, something that everyone's able to do. But also, like, if you just get stuff that you think looks good together, there's a good chance it looks good together. I think it's less about, like, specific color decisions and more about, making sure that, like, stuff is popping, if that makes any sense. Like, that, there's like, sources of lighter color, there's deeper sources of darker color. The face has, like, maybe, if it's a face with two eyes, there are two, like, bright spots kind of popping out. There's actually some cool stuff I've seen on Instagram, which were like monochrome paint jobs done with the idea that, like, you're using a whole bunch of different tones, but in a monochrome, and still doing as much as you can, painting wise, like with that. I kind of tried to do that with these, where, like, this is what they would look like, where I do all my painting with various dark washes and then various levels of off-white, which I've seen referred to as underpainting. Dana Howell has a whole video about that, where you're, like, basically doing all of your painting stuff in monochrome before you then do, like, kind of thin glazes of color over top to tint all of it. So painting in monochrome is also, like, not only 100% valid, but it's, like, is straight up is a thing people do. That if that is helpful at all as well. I feel weird giving advice on it, given that, like, I'm not, like, super good at any of this. But, like, hopefully that is of some use, that advice. Now I need to bust out my little thing here, because I'm painting this is Boom Howler, and I'm trying to somewhat follow their colors, just so I have an idea of where I want to put stuff. So I'm seeing the handle, top grate, and the rings. I'm gonna do Snakebite over metal, I think. I really like some of these contrast paints over top of, I'll pull one out to show you. This is the main one I use here. If you get yourself a Vallejo metal color, this is really good, like, metallic. It looks incredibly actual metallic when you paint, and you can paint it on, which is nice. And then if you do a couple of these don't work, but a lot of the contrast, if you do them over top of those, you're just making metallic colors. Like the edges, the gold looking edges of the cape here are that silver with snakebite leather over top of them. Like, all this stuff back here is that silver, but with different contrasts over top of them. And I think it looks really cool. I missed a bunch of chat. Aaron Udinger, Mary Poppins Y'all. Hell yeah. Is that Rambo Yondu? This is Boomhowler. I did a tartan thing on his thing, sort of. I free-handed a bunch of red squares and then free-handed blue in between all of them, which was really weird to do, and I've never been done free-handing before, so I thought I'd give it a try, and I'm kind of happy with how it looks. It's a little bit messy, but it's like, hey, it's topically messy. Have you heard of things like Mirror and Black 3? I've heard of, like, Black 3, yeah. Trigger, I cannot endorse Reddits related to Star Wars for various legal reasons I can't go into here. Basically, there was an incident, and I have to go through a lot of paperwork to bring up Star Wars Reddits. I'm sure that the Reddit in question has already sent something through to Evangelist Central Legal. Those are some fine folks, even if they are a little... Let's be real, they're a little bit slow on taking action, but, like, my hands are tied, right? I'm trying to get this... Yeah! There we go. Nice thing about doing contrast over this as well is you can kind of water erase blemishes pretty easily. Yeah, Chris Muse, this conversation is going to require a notary public. Like, it's after midnight, so I'm between business hours. I can get away with it as long as I get them the VOD, in the morning. Prophet89, was that the incident in Switzerland? I'm not at liberty to say. Picky Peeves, sounds like you're in trouble mentioning Reddit in general. Go nick yourself. You ever use Typhus Corrosion? I think I have some kicking around here. Ransom Fern, you're red-green colorblind. I think as long as it looks good to me, I don't mind if it's weird to other people. Yeah, I think red-green colorblind is what Vinny Caravella is. And he's posted a couple minis to his Instagram. Not too much, but they look great, I thought. Like, my understanding, third hand, is that even if you are suffering from a form of colorblindness, you still, to a degree, like, have an opinion on what looks cool. So the general consensus is just paint it in a way that you think looks cool, and it will probably look fine, if not great. Like, regardless of the viewer's level of colorblindness. Like, I want to soapbox a little bit, but I should preface with, like, I'm not a great mini painter, and I barely have done it very long. I've done it over many years, but, like, there have been year-long spans of not doing it, which I have been trying to break this year with this little hobby streak thing. Even if I'm not always painting. It's still more painting than I was doing very much ever before. But I think that mini painting is very easy to feel like you have to do it right, as opposed to do it, period. And I think that that's a difficult mindset to break, but it's definitely a mindset worth breaking. That it's like, it's better to like, if you're interested in doing it, is the first thing. If you're not interested in doing it, then, like, don't make yourself do it. But if you think it would be fun to do, it's like, then just do it. And it's I guess it's a good way to teach oneself to be comfortable with failure. Not to say, like, you're gonna fail, but, like, to be comfortable with, like, just, whatever happens with this paint job happens. And we'll roll with it. I think it's, like, that is an important skill set psychologically outside of miniatures painting, but I think miniatures painting can help develop that some more as well. I'm still not great at that myself, but I remember it was improv classes that really put that into my head as, like, this is actually a very key concept for just, like, living through life more comfortably is being okay with, like, failure, and that it's okay if you want to do a thing and it doesn't turn out, because, like, you've probably done lots of things that didn't turn out, as has everyone else. No one has lived perfectly, so just, like, give it a try. I saw some Prophet 89. I got to the point where I only cared about painting minis to the 3-foot rule. That's a good rule. That's like, paint minis to a degree where they look good from 3 feet away, at like a 45 plus degree angle below you. Like pretend you're looking down at them from a tabletop you're standing over, and like aim at that as being like your ceiling of quality. Because then you get the completion high still, as well. Like aside from like providing you with a guideline of when to stop, which is another important thing of like when to say it's done. Uh, if you don't aim for a degree of painting where it's like this will look good even if I take macro photos of it, then you're going to be way more better off. Like also macro photos of painted minis just in general don't work. They bring out imperfections that are invisible to the human eye, that you cannot hope to cover for. So you got to not worry about covering for it. I think I want to get these rings on the outsides of this ammo barrel. I'm wiping the brush. From Lochimus! I see a goat. That is Grimlochimus. Grimlochimus is the greatest of all time, which we have started calling goats. Because greatest of all time, goats are included in that. K Noah, are there any particular brands of paint or brush you'd recommend for larger figures? I do recommend any kind of acrylics, like, your Army Painter, Vallejo, Citadel, MiG, AK-47. Like, any water-based acrylic is easier to work with than enamels, because also they can wash out of your brushes easier. With enamels, you need to, like, thinner them out of your brushes, and they're a lot more dangerous to work with. And for brushes, it's just, like, you get, like, three sizes of brushes, get, like, a 0, a 1, and, like, a 000. If you even just get like a size 0 and just start with that. And don't worry about it being like a fancy pants brush. Like you can go to an art store, most art stores, and for like $20 they'll give you like a bag of like 50 brushes of various sizes that are just like, they're not very good, but they're usable. Like I use a bunch of them still. They're kicking around here all over the place. And for paints, like there's no real like one brand that's better than them all. It's like, that's why I just say like mess with all of them. Just grab colors that you think look cool. Oh, there's a lot of good chat in here I want to hit. Prophet89, there's something to be said about choosing colors other people don't like. I went through a phase in high school where my cricks were bubblegum pink and blue. That sounds awesome. Vicky Peeves, ADHD gets in the way of being consistent with hobbies myself. Yeah, there's a couple folks in mini painting Instagram and Twitter that I've seen, for whom it is like a journey with that as one of their passengers. That's why Hobby Streak, I think, is something that really clicks with a lot of people, because it's like, just like do something every day, even if you just pick up a model and go like, I think I gotta tweak this, and then like that's all you do for the day, then it's like it's creating like a sort of regularity, I guess. Oh, Nick, Mythic Legion 3D add-on parts. Nice. Oh, I missed a whole bunch of chat. I apologize. I gotta get back to actually painting. I'm falling into the chat. Gokai Silver, how's Toronto doing? It was scary a little while ago. It's like, it's okay. Hey, I'm Cypher. M Cypher says enamels will also react not great on the softer vinyl plastics. Yeah, enamels are scary. It's kind of freaky to me that enamels have always been presented as like, yeah, this is your basic modeling paint, because it's like, yeah, and enamels are like toxic, and will destroy brushes, and are very much more along the lines of once you paint it, like you better like it kind of stuff. And like acrylics are just kinder in general, and I think you can still do lots of cool stuff with acrylics. I gotta get this oil drum. I gotta nail this oil drum. I gotta do it perfectly, otherwise what's the point? I saw something about airbrushes also being scary. I'm mostly spooked by airbrushes because it's also like a multi-$100 investment. I really want to get an airbrush just for priming, so I can fully divorce myself from aerosol rattle cans, because I don't like aerosol rattle cans. But you got to get an airbrush and a compressor. And I know which ones I could get and I know which ones I can get that are not super expensive, but then it's also, making not even making the space for it, but knowing how to carve out the space for it when you want to use it. Yep, especially in an apartment like this, I probably want to get like a little airbrush ventilator booth. Even though I've done the reading, and it's like, yeah, if you're airbrushing with just acrylics, it's not as imperative as if you were airbrushing with enamel-based stuff. But you still don't want particulates floating around. It's just in general not a good time for everyone. Yeah, like being scared of the investment, and then one way I would parse that is like then being scared that like, well, now I gotta use this because I spent the money, and like it can make undue pressure. It's a shame because there are cheap ways to get like cheapo airbrush kits. It's just like my understanding is that they are so far removed from what the process even feels like. It can be like you can feel bad for like just using it, I guess. And you really want to get a compressor of some kind because otherwise you're just getting canned air to power it, and then it's not really escaping the problem of rattle cans. Kenoa, have a good evening. Yeah, Profit 89. That airbrush booth on Amazon that's always floating around that's the one I was thinking of. I want to get these bullets. Yeah, I mean, Aaron Udinger, it is like an airbrush is a money sink. I guess it's like because it's a hobby. It's like, do you enjoy this enough that like it would be fulfilling to you to have the airbrush as an art tool? I guess. It's kind of like folks who grab a tablet for 2D art, and like that's still kind of pricey. And in 2D art, and I should say 2D art when it's not like a professional thing you're doing; it's just a hobby you really love. I guess if we're talking about hobbies and spending, you eventually have that conversation about all of them, right? Like, just think about how just recently, right? We got a whole lot of Transformers fans who all have. Not all of them, but a whole bunch of Transformers fans got, over $500,000 Unicrons. You can't even do a craft with that. You can just do workouts transforming it. I'm turning this into a philosophical conversation about just like hobby nature in general. That's my bad habit. Alex Lemons, would you like a TFA Blackout mold to be used for Grindor, Venom, and Bugly? I mean, just animated toys in general would be cool. This is not Warhammer. This is Riot Quest, but it's in the same wheelhouse as your Warhammers and your Infinities and etc. Leon Nelamutil, hello. Picky P is lucky enough to live in a situation where money's just going to school and hobbies. Hey, that's important though, because school is inherently stressful. So like you kind of, I think you need hobbies to be with you when you're in that kind of situation. Aaron Odinger, is it like Necromunda? Riot Quest is honestly more like a board game. It's a super fun, really casual, like hex-based map game where you're moving these characters around and doing stuff. But the model side is like, I kind of overstate this, I guess, a bit, but the models are not casual friendly. They're all like resin and metal, which is all complicated stuff to work with. That's why I'm feeling really good about like getting the stuff painted, because like these are scary looking when they're just sitting around not painted, because then they just look like this. Like I think that's intimidating. And by hobbies, I mean it all goes to Transformers. Hey, I feel you. Mongo Mango, what's the least amount you would pay for an airbrush? For the actual airbrush, like $50, but like the compressors all seem to be at least like $150. Roundabouts. Oh, Profit 89. Harbor Freight has a cheapo airbrush for $20. But the compressor, I think, is really important, because if you don't have a compressor, then you're technically still in the realm of rattle cans, except that now you have a rattle can like attached to a tool, and I feel like that would just be even more complicated, like, to my brain. This is looking like something. I think I really want to get some of this more coppery metal, though, on the bottom of that Gatling gun, just so there's one more color in there. I never really meant to, like, rely so much on contrast paints, but, like, they're so nice over metal. Like, I am way more into this than, like, trying to paint multiple different metal colors down. Just, like, doing one base metal color and then, like, tinting a bunch of parts to different metals. It's more fun. I think, okay, Gokai Silver, I think you said you got a $50 kit that had a compressor too, so that's good. Like, I would assume it's not, like, you know, the world's best compressor. But I think that's also, like, I think that's part of the point, right? I know I've seen, like, Green Stuff World, I think, have got, like, mini compressors that are less expensive. Because they're literally, like, travel size. Ed Braun, is this video blurry for anyone else? It could be getting blurry because it's on an iPhone. Oh, Ryan Fearing says Harbor Freight has a $60-ish compressor that works well. Okay. I'm mostly operating off of, like, Amazon listings in Canada. Yeah, Chris Muse, Green Stuff World is a maker of various accoutrements for the hobby side of the hobby. That sounded weird. People always call the painting and modeling and everything the hobby side. And I'm like, yeah, but the whole thing is a hobby, too. Brickblock guy, I used to use paint pens, and then I got fed up with trying to make the paint pens work with certain surfaces, which led me to doing more brush stuff. Brush stuff is like, it's another one where it's like, the more you do it, the more comfortable you get with it. Like, I guess I sound a bit like a broken record saying that, but it is true. It's like, I don't want to say practice makes perfect is an actual thing that works, but, like, it also kind of works. I was not this comfortable with a paintbrush, like, 40 days ago, is what I can tell you. Like, I'm not actually better with the paintbrush, I don't think, but I'm just more comfortable and confident in my motions. Which inherently makes it easier to do and makes less errors happen, because I think errors can very much come from being too worried about whether it's gonna work right. There's a lot of, what do you call it, mind over matter. This kind of thing. Alright, I gotta dot in some bright spots on Gorman the Mad over there. I want his eyes to glow. Which I think means I want to use the other brush. I am going to get myself one of them Kolinsky Sable brushes Army Painter does, because I want to see what they're like. They got them in Meeple Mart for like $12. Gokai Silver, I did not end up getting into wood turning. I don't have anywhere to put the gear. It looks fun, but, like, I think you need, like, a garage for that. If not, you know, also a house. Sideswipe Prime 606, recommendations for clear coats. I have had good luck with a couple of them. The Mr. Hobby top coats, actually, I find are quite nice, but they're just a bit expensive because the cans are small. Vallejo have got varnishes in rattle cans as well, and those have done well by me. The Army Painter varnishes, when they work, I like them, but Army Painter's rattle cans for me constantly, like, start leaking halfway through and, you know, become useless because they leak out all the aerosol gas, and I stopped buying them. Severin Shannon, yeah, Meeple Mart. It's a local Ontario, Toronto hobby shop. Alex Lemons, I don't have. If you're talking about Generation Select's exhaust, I don't have him because I never saw him at EB Games. He never showed up in my area. Take it easy, Nick. TF fan page 101. It is going all right. It's already 40 minutes in. I was going to share why I'm even doing this stream, but it was mostly going to be me like complaining that I had a crummy ass day. And now I'm feeling better because I'm hanging out doing some painting with cool folks. So maybe I won't even bother. We have already corrected the issues of the day. Anyone know what up with the retro boxes for Chrome Dome and Mindwipe? You mean the Walmart ones? They're doing that treatment for all those Titans Return releases of Walmart. They're getting G1 boxes. Profit 89. Yeah, we don't have GameStop here. We have EB Games, which also have EB Games in Canada has become one of the primary places to do toy hunting because they've been getting everything. And if you get the EB Games membership, you get 10% off collectibles for like $15 a year. So like. Pays for itself after a while. Yeah, at a glance, those boxes have had more than one person who saw them like in press releases go like they're reissuing the G1 Headmasters, and then it's like, oh, and then it's still for a lot of people is like good news because Titans Return apparently is like the most aftermarket valuable Generations line in recent memory, so it's great for people getting access to those toys. But yeah, there are more than a few people who saw the adverts, and then, you know, at a distance, it's like, G1 Headmaster reissues. They are in the fancier, like, Takara-style paint jobs, which is a draw if you didn't get the LG versions. Yeah, we have Amazon, but our Amazon is separate from your guys' Amazon. Yeah, M Cypher's right. Like the decos are also fully unique. They're like in. It's weird to say. They're kind of like in between Titans Return and Takara LG. Here's where the Walmart ones are, where they're kind of like these ones and kind of like these ones. They're a fully unique thing, but not unique enough that I feel like I need to own them as someone who has the other two release versions already. Like, I really like a cool thing that I also don't need, because it means that it's really cool for people who do need it, and I don't have to be in the market pulling more of them out of there from people who are trying to find them. My goal, by the way, and what I'm doing here is this guy's got 3 canisters on his hip and 3 canisters on his chest and 2 lenses on his mask, and I want them all to be very bright green. Like excessively bright green. But I don't know if I want to do OSL, object source lighting. I was going to do it originally, and the more I've been looking at this guy, the more I'm like, I think it'll work if they're just really bright pinpoints of green. Well, 2 pinpoints and 3 strips of green. So I'm dotting in right now, and it's just 2, you can see there, those 2 little islets. I'm going to put a few more layers of pale sand in there. Countershark, how much green is too much green? It depends how much green the green chuck can masticate. How is Titans Return wheelie of all things $35 plus in the US? Titans Return, like the back half of that line was just not available to a lot of North Americans locally, is what I have gathered from talking to people. There are a lot of towns where the final wave of deluxes, or the penultimate wave, but not the final wave was there, but the penultimate wave. Like, there were 1 or 2 waves of deluxes that were difficult for a huge number of North American fans to even find. And I'm just talking about North American fans. I'm not even getting into international, right? Like Topspin and Twin Twist legitimately go for 75 to $100 for the American versions. I would imagine that the LG versions of them, which I think exist, I can't remember anymore, but I would assume Japanese versions are just as expensive. Yeah, Countershark. I saw someone had them up on a Twitter sales listing just based off the eBay prices, and they were like, "Yeah, I mean, I think it was Twin Twist. It's like, hey, he's $100 because I went and looked on eBay, and he's selling for like 100 to 120 on eBay." And I'm like, "Well, there you go." Sometimes that happens with Transformers. It's not often it happens with like almost an entire line like Titan's Return, but there, like, it's hard to you can't really predict when you're able to take advantage of it which toys are going to turn out that way. It just happens sometimes. And I've definitely, like, as someone who constantly goes like, I'm going to try to catch it on sale, like, I've now eaten it twice on Titans. Like, I still don't have Omega Supreme or Scorponok because I really want to catch them on sale in Canada. And, like, those opportunities, in fact, never presented themselves. At least to a degree I could take advantage of. Like, both of those were like, well, there's a chance you find it in a physical store for 25% off. But that still wasn't really easy to do. And when word would spread around, it's like, well, now everyone's on the hunt. So we're all now each other's enemies. I am just cleaning up the underside of this hat, which is not something you should ever do, because no one's ever gonna look there. But this is one of my problems with miniatures painting, is I'm always like, all the parts that are underneath things no one's ever gonna look at. I'm like, well, that's not painted well enough. Yeah, TF fan page 101. Like, I was telling the story, maybe it was on a stream, like at TFCon LA 2019. I was kind of stupidly, I went to a Target and bought a Transformer on the Thursday or Friday, and I was like, oh, it's kind of silly. I'm buying a retail Transformer at a TFCon, but it was deluxe scrap metal from the Devastator set, who it was the first one out, and I took it for granted. I'm like, oh, I just really want to get this guy. I'm really hyped about Devastator. And then you find out, like, it turns out scrap metal became gold. He became literal platinum gold that is incredibly hard to find now. M Cypher, am I doing TFCon LA next year? I would like to. I just don't know if I can. I am not taking for granted the notion that the border's going to be open until it's open. Just full stop in general. I would like to, because it mixes with a nice trip over to BC to visit my mom. But also it's a cross-continent trip, so that's expensive. So I'm not sure if it's going to be able to come together. I'm, by the way, sipping on some Coke Zero here with my metal straw, because I'm a strange person. I am definitely... I think I can say now, even though I still haven't booked anything, I will definitely be doing TFCon Toronto in December, because I live in Toronto. Now, granted, that situation doesn't help anyone who doesn't live in Toronto. Oh yeah, Countershark, they announced TFCon LA for March, I believe. Alex Lemons, what theme would you choose for a Kamen Rider series? You'd go with Arctic Animals. Main Rider is a walrus who wields twin tusk sabers. I would be down for a Main Rider walrus. I feel like a walrus would be doomed to being consigned as like a third tier secondary character who's played by a cool older actor who's like only there for 30% of the series. It just feels like that's the thing that would happen. But I would like there to be a walrus rider. I'm kind of like, I'll give me any theme for Kamen Rider. They can make most any theme work. So, and they've done bugs, so that's the one I want. So I've already been satisfied. Where's my Nuln Oil? Where's my Nuln Oil at? Where's the good stuff? Oh, it's up in here. That's why. When are we gonna have the Picky Pete? When are we gonna have the year when Sentai is bug themed and Riders dinosaur themed? Oh, Sentai was Gokaiger during O's, so they couldn't. Damn it. Oh, Ransom Fern, you finished both Build and 01 and enjoyed both. Excellent. I'm glad that was a good time for you. There's always the worry when recommending, like, especially with Kamen Rider stuff, it's like, you know, this might bounce. Like, any Kamen Rider show can bounce off anybody because there's no real, like, you know, there's no real, like, show-wide, like, you know, well, if you like this one, then you're gonna like all of them. But, like, Build and 01, I think, are ones that, like, there's a good chance if you dig the idea of watching Kamen Rider, you're probably gonna dig those two. Mongo Mango, I'm interested in the new Mirage Grimlock 2-pack. I pre-ordered it on Amazon, but that's just because, like, I never know anymore if I'm ever going to see any of the Generations, like, retail multi-packs, so I just pre-order them on site, which is not a good practice. Because Amazon pre-orders mean, like, you don't have to remember that you've pre-ordered them until suddenly they're like, hey, we're charging you now. And you're like, for what? I think I like them because I would like Earth Mode Mirage. I really like Siege Mirage, so I would like an Earth Mode version of them because I like that I can get a very resemblant toy in both different aesthetics for the vehicle mode. The Grimlock, I am let down by some of the decisions made. I just think, like, I don't even need him to look like, you know, the one that everyone wants. I just think that the color layout on that Grimlock looks really odd. And it feels patchy, and it feels weird. And it's very, very likely the result of how the plastics are laid out in said steel molds. But it comes off weird. It comes off super weird. Like the upside, right, of not doing the full fake dinosaur head for the chest is that you don't have eyeballs on the dinosaur thighs, I guess. But I think it makes the robot mode look really weird when the dinosaur head is a different color and it's just this one thin strip in the middle. Oh, they painted the feet that way. Yeah, then that's just a color layout that, like, I don't know. You know that thing creatively when everyone in the project is like, no, I think this looks good. I think this looks good. And they never ask anyone outside of the project. And then the moment it gets to eyes outside of the project, the first words are like, what on earth did you do? Like, I get that feeling off of that Grimlock. It's like, internally, this is all looking fine. It's all looking fine. You know, the tunnel vision has taken effect. It's all looking fine. First reactions to it, like, across the board, right? Everyone was like, that Grimlock, what, huh. Well, that's a nice head sculpt. Like, oof. Oh, well. I do like the Grimlock head sculpt for the robot mode a lot. So, like, I'm cool owning it for that. That's how my brain works. Yeah, and Cypher, that's kind of where I'm at. Like I would like, you know, one of the existing, you know, and greatly desired color schemes, don't get me wrong, but, like, it also just don't look really any good. It's the problem. Unfinished is a great way to put it, because, yeah, it's the vibe I get off of it too. It looks like someone was like, all right, we're done, and they were talking about Mirage, and then they were like, wait, was anyone working on Grimlock? Oh god, we have to clock out in 20 minutes. That is also not how toys are made, I should really stress. Like, as someone who gets annoyed by hyperboles like that myself, I am guilty of doing it now. I'm just getting some ink wash now on the metallics here on Boom Howler, which should bring him close to done once it's all dry. Like, I'll take a look, see if I want to put any, like, dark blue just in points of heavy contrast to create some more, like, dark lines. But I think he's close to done for as far as I'm going to be able to, you know, accomplish anything on him. I wonder, what does this look like? That looks ugly. I'm going to take that out of there. What else would I want to do on him? I guess I could, like, scuff up this axe head a bit more. I'm so tempted to, like, ink wash the teeth again, but it's just going to mess up the head. I think I have to live with the head as it is. It's not quite what I was hoping for, but it's better than I think it was going to turn out. So I'm going to just roll with how it looks. I'm going to do a little bit here. I'll do a little bit down. Let's let that guy dry off. We'll see how he's feeling. Grimlockimus, yeah. Kingdom Retracts confirmed. Who's Terrorsaur? Swerve. It's Retracts. Gokai Silver, have a good day. Yeah, I didn't want to like dump out like, oh, my day was so crummy. Tell me how much nice I am. But like, oh, it was one of those kind of where like it wasn't like you can see me posting on like between social medias like happy things. I've been trying to what's the term I'm looking for? I've been trying to like find the balance in my own perspective of like, why do you feel so down when you just had like you were having fun posting dumb things? And it's like posting things and having fun doing that does not necessarily mean, and thus my whole day was good, and I have to remember that. You can have a crummy day with high points, is one of those things I try to remember. And not so that, I guess I should say, it's not so I can then, like, that way, I know I can say I had a crummy day. But, like, that way I don't feel confused about a day where I feel kind of bad about it at the end, and then I start going like, oh, but I had a good time posting a dumb Twitter thread or something. It's like, that was a nice moment reprieve. But if the whole day kind of sucked, like, just say the whole day kind of sucked. Otherwise, you're going to feel worse about the parts that went well. And then one can then say, also, maybe you got to think about the part where you're having, like, out loud debriefs with yourself about how your day went. And it's like, true. Oh, we got some splatter. We got some splatter here. Yeah, 0 on do funny tweets equal better life? Can you imagine if they did though? Like, how sick would that arrangement be? Like someone missed something in the paperwork of the coding, and it's just like it turns out just like, you know, the whole mental scape is just better off if you post a funny tweet. And in fact, your whole day, like factors that don't even relate to it, start going well too. It's nuts. I just wanted to see how this red would look over the metallic on Big Fella's fist, on his glove. When I buy a Kingdom Windblade, Purple Heart, when I buy a Kingdom Windblade from AirRazor, like if it looked good, that'd be neat. I have not seen any of the Bad Batch yet. I heard it was going well. Calvin J, have you tried painting bigger scale resin kits? Not. Yeah, I was trying to think if I have, and I'm thinking of things that aren't bigger scale resin kits. So no, I have not. I don't know why my brain was like, think about the terrain you spray painted that is plastic. Are you still collecting Kamen Rider fig arts, MN? I am off and on. I am way more into Sodo and Shodo now. I want to do some more videos about fig arts because I was thinking of like some theme weeks I could do. I just got to find. I've said this on a lot of streams. I got to really figure out like what I want to say about fig arts because just doing a rote like, you know, this is how the sculpt looks and this is how the articulation works, like makes me fall asleep before I even start writing the review down. I would want my fig arts reviews to be incredibly short. to the point where I maybe want a Figuarts review video to be about like maybe 3 of them or something. And more about like how they look together rather than as individual figures, since I think most people are collecting them, right, to be together rather than individual figures. So that's kind of some of the stuff I've been thinking about with Figuarts reviews. Because in general, it's just kind of like, it's less about like how good it is at doing something, and nowadays it's more like, does this Figuarts figure have a really bad thing or not? Or is it like, is this one safe? I'm shaking some paint. I'm going to do his belt buckle in Snakebite Gold. I think that's gonna look nice next to all them skulls. Oh, that looks nice next to all them skulls. I'm gonna leave the rest of this silver and just beat it up with a lot of murk, I think. A lot of murkiness. Also, I decided to do his butt plate metal. I think that's funny. To me, that is what is funny. That is, to me, what I consider to be very funny. I'll give him a gold mouthpiece on his little horn. That adds another spot of color up here. That's satisfactory. You should paint some poop stains on his metal butt plate, because the butt is where the poop comes out. No, I will not do that. I don't know if anyone actually suggested that. I wasn't trying to like dunk on anybody. I was just letting my mental soundtrack run there. So that's why Prime 606. Do you feel that way because the engineering on them is very similar to, like, sort of to a degree, like the engineering, the delivery, I guess, of it varies from line to line, but it's all like so slim cut now. And Figuarts are also like, Figuarts have become a line where I'm like, reviewing them is almost, I'm not sure who the review is for, because they're not as easy to get a hold of after the fact now. Like, it's not like they're impossible to get after the fact, but most people, I think, watching Figuarts reviews are watching them while either owning or planning to own the Figuarts in question, regardless of the end result of the video. And I think there's a lot of videos like that, but for those ones specifically, there's like, it creates this disconnect in my brain where I'm like, I'm not really sure who this is for. Because also, it's not informing people what Kamen Rider is, because now a whole lot of people know what Kamen Rider is. Aaron Udinger, go forth and enjoy your Odin sleep. Carrot Gear, why would the stains be on the outside of the plate? Well, when you really gotta go, and you are as powerful as this gentleman is, magic can happen. Did Garrow London, did Figuarts Ghost become expensive? Because Figuarts Ghost ain't great. Dang. Mongo Mango, do I think QC has gotten better in Kingdom? I think Kingdom and Earthrise and Siege, honestly, all 3 lines have a lot of solidity. I think Kingdom has a lot of like in-hand tactile satisfaction, a very, very phantom sense of it. It feels like it's been elevated a bit, but that comes with a lot of little things that are also easier to like break by accident. Not a lot, but like just key ones, like, you know, because she's always right here. Like, you know, Black Arachnia's little claw tips with their pre-scored snap-off mark in the sculpt. Mesut Guneri, bro, what you think about Combiner Wars Legends Groove? He's pretty cool. I got the Combiner Wars, if you mean the deluxe one. Oh no, you said Legends. I was thinking Legends like Takara Legends, but it wasn't that in Combiner Wars. Yeah, the little Legends guy, I like him. I think... Didn't I review him? I think I did. Yeah, Sideswipe Prime 606, Shinkocho Seiho main rider suits all spiked during Zio in Japan. when Zio was airing, because I think a whole bunch of people suddenly wanted to have the 20 years of Heisei displays. I am convinced that's what caused them to spike like that. Because on Mandarake, I remember being notified and going to look, and to this day, some of them are still like 20k yen now, and it's like, holy moly. I want to do ink washes on Mr. Axe Person. Yeah, Shinkocho Seiho double Cyclone Joker is still 14k, you're saying? Which is weird because, like, I know I've seen Luna Trigger and Heat Metal, like, floating around at 7k. So it's like, if you just want the mold, you know? How would you develop a Big Bad Beetleborgs reboot? First, I would have to spend about $1 million figuring out who the Big Bad Beetleborgs 2021 fan base is. I think that would be the big key. Is you got to figure out who you are even doing that show for. Because if it's not for them and it's to try to just like get a new audience, then I would say, why don't we call the show something different? Why don't we just do a brand new show? Ready for some of that? This is pure Nuln Oil. This is pure Nuln Oil porn now, as I've seen it be called before. Here's some applications of liquid skill. Oh look, suddenly the metals all look good. Okay. This was like the big find of, like, what is it, the 90s, I think, when Games Workshop was really starting to push the base coat ink wash highlight thing. I don't really know if that's when they were pushing it. I just know it was around when I was little, getting into model painting. But I liked it when they got to the point of developing Nuln Oil and I saw it referred to as liquid skill, and I was like, that's actually not a bad way to put it, because, like, let's look at this boot tip, right? Ugh. Oh, now it looks all nice and scummy and just defined lines and stuff. What did you do? I wiped Nuln Oil on it. Okay. Like, also, if you're looking at this and you're one of the folks who would like to do some miniatures painting at least, and you're a little bit intimidated, just paint stuff and get Agrax Earthshade and Nuln Oil and what's the last one? Drakenhof Nightshade. That's your holy trinity of, like, ink washes that are just very good, and then you just go bleh. And it's just gonna make stuff look good. If you're worried about getting it all right, like, it will immediately elevate any metals you're working on. It'll also work with colors as well. You don't have to get into all that contrast paint stuff. You do some base coats and you do some ink washes, and it might be a little murky looking, but it'll have all this definition and stuff that wasn't there before. Here I am gonna look. I'm giving him a butt crack. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, bruh. Yeah, that's right. Getting that to seep in there just right, so we got that nice soft crease in the metal. What if VR Troopers was reimagined to be about sheriffs in space? Gotta be realistic here. Like, that's ridiculous. That's like, what does that even have to... Space sheriffs? What does that even have to do with VR Troopers? That's such a stretch. That'd be like changing the name of Power Rangers to something like, I don't know, like a task force or something. That'd be a power task force. Some kind of super task force? Ridiculous. Come on, be real. It's you folks who are up late at night. What are you all drunk? Are you all drinking? Coming up with these ideas? Are you all soused? Mongo Mango, go, super task force. Oh no, it even works. It even works syllabically. Oh no. And I'm trying to get the liquid skill to take on this axe now. This is a little bit of a process. You actually have had a drink. Well, these ridiculous drunken ideas being hurled at me on the live stream. By the way, this is not genuine. I'm doing a bit. I'm just razzing. I'm razzing. I'm being a poor host as a bit. Kindly still leave me a positive internet Yelp review, please. Thank you. Garo London, razzing fawn, favorite anime. PKP is known James Gunn is a huge Rider Ultraman fan. What if he made a Rider movie? I'm not like actually sure if it would turn out, only because like I'm still not entirely sure what a James Gunn film is, because I've only seen them through the lens of what a Marvel Studios film is, through that is allowing a director to have more of a voice. And I'm not saying it would be inherently bad. I'm just not sure if it would have like inherent qualities that would be like holy crap, finally, Oh no, the Nuln Oil got into his mouth. Get out of his mouth, please. Thank you. Yeah, how do I put it? I would rather see a Guillermo del Toro Ultraman film than a James Gunn Kamen Rider film, because I know that Guillermo del Toro would be coming at it from a place of incredibly specific love. James Gunn has just said, I like it, and I'm like, that's cool. But like, that doesn't really tell me anything. Guillermo del Toro has like also proven a technical aptitude to presenting large bipeds and quadrupeds, having storytelling driven action sequences together. So like there's stuff going on there that I know I would like to see. Let the big man eat the oil. That was from the chat. That was not me just yelling that. I think Ano's, they're also doing Shin in katakana because it's part of the branding. That's the impression I got. I think the important thing with the Ano tokusatsu films is like, we know what they're saying. I'm excited about Ano's Shin Kamen Rider because Ano is another guy who like he loves tokusatsu, so I want to see what he does. Like I really liked his Godzilla, and that came from a place of wanting to dunk on the bureaucracy of his country, but it also came from a place of loving the medium, and that's why that's part of why I'm excited to see his take on Kamen Rider, because it would very likely to me come from a love of a medium, which is the first reason why I think folks should be working on very like franchise name type stuff. Is you gotta love the medium. You don't have to love the thing to the point of like you're gonna tell a rote story. I guess that's not what I'm trying to say, but I want to see it coming from a place of someone who's like, I like this a lot. And also like Shin Ultraman is way more exciting because like Ano friggin' loves Ultraman. And deserves to do an Ultraman thing. And I wish to see what it is. I don't think James Gunn's really said anything beyond just like, I like Kamen Rider and I like Ultraman. And he doesn't necessarily have to say anything else either, because I don't think James Gunn is, this is not intentional, I don't think he was gunning for doing a domestic production of either of those. I truly wasn't trying to do that. It just, that's how it was coming out, but I spotted it before it came out, and I just, I wanted to be honest. It's like when I'm talking about a jazz toy and I say it's this part's really got me jazzed, and people are like, ah, and I'm like, no, that's also just a word I use. Sorry, I'm trying to get the inside of this horn to like take paint, and it's very much more like a cup full of ink, and I'm dah. Yeah, Garo London, I agree. Says I like how Anno clearly based the suit in Shin Ultraman on the early lumpy version that he said gave him nightmares as a kid. Like, yeah. I want to say Sideswipe Prime 606, Godzilla. Well, yeah, Godzilla and Ultraman both use katakana for their logos because they're like Ultraman definitely is always been katakana because it's like it's a phonetic Englishized word. So katakana is the alphabet that you'd use for that. Generally, I've always seen Godzilla in katakana as well, like Gojira. That's another thing I like about Shin Godzilla is they actually use Godzilla and Gojira depending on like, you know, which country is talking about the entity. Oh, sorry, just for Shin. Yeah, it's odd because like it does mean something. Disgraced 101, working on my Cursed City stuff right now. Nice butcher there, Evangelist. Thank you very much. Butcher's, I got a couple things I want to do for him. I also just realized I didn't ever put metal on his staples on his stomach, and I want to put metal on his stomach staples. So I got to get out like a little tittle of metal, a little tiddly tibbit drop. Those are all words of some of this. Oh, this is steel. I don't want that one. I want the bright one. I thought I pulled the bright one out to show everyone. Where did it go? It was right there. Where did I put it? Oh no, I'm going insane already. Oh, there it is. It's aluminum. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one, right? Right? What did it? These are also nice because they got a ball in them. Gets all the paint nice and loose. Disgrace 101. No, we were just talking about. I think it was Shin Kamen Rider, and then into Shin Ultraman, Shin Godzilla. And yeah, it is like, you know, as I was saying, it is odd that Shin is being relegated to katakana when it is like, you know, an actual word of meaning. But I guess that means it also gets to be ambiguous, right, as to which Shin they're meaning, which meaning they're meaning from its meanings. There we go. You see those? Nice shiny stomach staples. I still have to paint that that Megatron pre-primed model that WizKids put out under the Nazguls, Nozzulars, Marvelous Miniatures, or whatever. M Cypher, Citadel Paint knockoffs. What's the brand? Because there is one that is literally just the company that made old Citadel paints before Citadel switched to like a different manufacturer. What are they called? They're the place everyone goes to get like Goblin Green now. I forgot. It's a very British name. Not like a British surname, but just like something about it sounds very, very British to me. Who's your favorite member of the Scavengers? Croc. But that's mostly because I had Croc. All right, M Cypher. Yeah, because I would say they're not really knockoffs. They're They're almost a reverse of the situation where Coat d'Arms. Coat d'Arms. That's what I'm thinking of. Coat of Arms. That's the company. That's in fact 100% French, not remotely British. I don't know why I thought Coat d'Arms was British in my brain. That's that's just indefensible. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, I didn't do his glove. I gotta. Oh, disappointed. Disappointed. Kevin Sorbo gif. Disappointed. I knocked him over. Disappointed. Oh wait, this is now like black paint. I gotta water this down a bit more. Oh, Formula P3. That is Privateer Presses. I got some of those. I rebottled them. Yeah, this ain't a knockoff. This is just another brand. This is Privateer Presses brand. This is in fact specifically very saliva soluble for wet blending. By design, it is designed to react to your saliva better than to water to do wet blending. They have a whole video about it. It's a bit of an odd video. I think I talked about it on a stream before. That's the video that introduced me to the idea of putting paintbrushes in mouths. But yeah, Formula P3 is Privateer Press's in-house paint brand. It has some key colors I really like using. P3 Frostbite is one of my favorite colors. Like, I'm sure at some point someone watching a VOD at least will bring up the aggro response. So I'll also say, like, Citadel is not top of the line. It's just, like, it's useful and it's vaguely overpriced at times. But yeah, like, there are a lot of good brands out there. And Citadel often gets the reverse of that, where people are like, well, I'll get anything but Citadel. And it's like, Citadel's fine. It's just, like, kind of expensive for what you get. But it also works, which, you know, comes part and parcel with being a little bit more expensive. Victor Maldonado, greetings from Puerto Rico. Greetings to you. I hope you're well as well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing better than earlier today. Carrot Gear, you would get radium poisoning if you put, like, lead paintbrushes in your mouth. Paintbrushes in your mouth is exclusively something you can only do with water-based non-toxic acrylic paints, like all the Citadel and P3 and everything, like all those acrylic ones. You still don't want to, like, sit there guzzling them, because it's probably, like, it's not going to be great for you. But they are not, like, as toxic as, like, an enamel or like a lead paint or something. Citadel primer is, like, I like Citadel's black and white primers a lot when they're in use, but they are incredibly expensive, those rattle cans, for what you get. They're so smooth when they come out, but damn are they expensive. The Army Paint, I was using Army Painter ones for a while until I had that run of like 6 of them, different colors, different, like, some paints, some varnishes. They all started leaking their aerosol, and eventually just became like dead cans of unusable paint inside. So I kind of ditched Army Painter aerosols after that. Also, because I went looking online to see if it was only me, and it seemed like it was not only me. It was a problem a lot of people are having. If you want to talk about expensive paints for what you're getting, Tamiya's right there. Yeah, Picky Peeves. Garo London, ordinary Krylon Rust-Oleum ones you're using is, like, absolutely fine. It's like the Citadel ones are just, like, they have, like, something... I'm almost going to use the word bougie. There's something just, like, fancy pants about how the nozzle feels when you're spraying stuff out. We're like, oh, this just works. I think it also means that it's ejecting a whole ton of its paint at once. So they're expensive and they run out really fast. Elson Kuzmorio, did you ever plan to review phone bravers and boost phones? Yeah, back in, like, the late 2000s, early, like, 2010, 2009, 2010, I was like, I'm going to do a whole fancy set of reviews about Phone Braver, and it's going to be laced with really elaborate storylines of toys being alive and everything. And then that was preventing me from concentrating on like, or not concentrating, it was preventing me just from doing anything. And then I let it all go, and I felt happier. They're all still over in the West Coast. I'd like to review those things sometime. I need to find a list of codes for the Phone Braver toys again. Oh yeah, and Disgrace 101, like just on the thing of humidity, like Citadel primers, like I know I've read elsewhere that folks have had trouble with them with humidity. Army Painter primers get real screwed up in the wrong climates as far as like drying mid spray. I found. I've had really good luck with the Vallejo sprays so far. Like those have treated me really well as far as just like they're not too expensive and they work. What was I doing? I'm getting myself... Same thing happens every painting stream, but I like it. I'm getting myself off track, and then I'm forgetting what I wanted to do. I wanted to start getting some hot green onto Gorman the Mad here. I'm going to get that set up. I have a really just, like, toxic green somewhere. I can't remember if it's in here or over here. That's not it. I think it's a P3, and then there's an ink I have that goes with it really well. Yeah, here we go. Necrotite green. That's one of the ones I want. And then, I think I see it back here. Yeah, Fallout. Fallout ink wash. Look at this. Look at this. Red 97 Ghost, what's up? I'm just doing some late night painting. It's good for my brain. Alright, so I do not actually have a plan here. So I'm just going to say a drop of this, a drop of that glaze medium. And let's put in a drop of this too, just see what it looks like. Let's give that a good old mixo. Oh, that's just bright. That's just bright. Look at that. That's some radioactive snot going on right there. Oh yeah. All right, where is this gonna go? I'm gonna put this over here. Gary London, Jimmy Neutron Gloop. That's right. Disgraced 101, quick tip on inks. If you want to do white armor, Daler-Rowney titanium white over base white primer is a great base coat. Sprays like a dream in a dry brush, in an airbrush. I've heard about that's that titanium white on YouTube a couple times. That sounds like some of that good stuff. All right, what's this gonna do? Ooh. Ooh, that's all glowy. I like it. Basically, I want it to look like Gorman the Mad has just like that he has Fallout in a can, bottled up in a couple of little vials all over his person and in his eyes. I can't remember the lore perfectly for the Riot Quest version of this guy, but it's something like in the post-apocalypse, that in the comedic Saturday morning cartoon post-apocalypse that Riot Quest takes place in, this guy really lost it, and he just like goes around destroying relics all over the place with like sheer toxic waste. Oh, this is looking cool. Look at that. Oh man, it's so tempting to try to figure out some OSL, but I think that's just going to get bad if I try to. I really should leave it alone. Just be happy with this. I'm going to do another coat on the eyes and on everything else just to see how it looks. If I do. I want it to be a little bit more vibrant, but like even just at a glance, wow, this is having an effect. Yeah, Garo London, I always want to do OSL, and I'm not even good at it. I just have had like the couple of times it's gone really well for me. It was like 2 liters of sealed serotonin just cracking open inside my brain, and like, ugh. Like when OSL goes well, it's just like, nah, this is cool though. Hey yo, hidden elephant. Disgrace 101. Yeah, I do that after I do 2 light coats of matte varnish. Then I go in and I brush on some satin coat over things like these little shiny things and eyes, or any OSL or any metal. Because I have a couple of the Vallejo ones in dropper bottles, and I just brush them on after I do a matte coat on everything. Um, that way I'm putting the shiniest one on top. It feels like that's the right process. Red 97 Ghost, how good you've gotten at painting miniatures. I mean, I like how my stuff looks. I still, I have skills to learn. Um, I'd like to try doing some figure stuff. I'm always so hung up on how to paint around joints. And like I've pestered Grimlockamus a whole ton about it, and Grimlockamus is just like I'm paraphrasing, but Grimlockamus's trick is to just not care about it, which is the smarter thing to do. But I can't get my brain to not think about that stuff, um, which is very frustrating. Because yeah, I would like to transfer this over to robots and stuff. Oh, I had something I was gonna do on. Okay, first I gotta make the call. I think Boom Howler is done. Uh, Wait, let me. I'm just gonna dot in the barrels on his gun. So that I don't think about doing anything else to his gun. Like legit, I was thinking like, do I sponge on some black to give it some scorch marks and stuff? But like, it's not a flamethrower, so I think that'll end up just doing more harm than good. Although I could darken these little vent markings, and that looks a bit better. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get his base done, and I'll see how he's looking. I saw something in there about Paleotrex and Ractonite. Picky Peeves. In my experience, a lot of people are more on Paleotrex than Ractonite, but I might just not be looking in the right places. Like I like Ractonite a little bit more, but like I feel like Paleotrex has won over the people. Um, I think it's just we the Ractonite few are just loud. I think Paleotrex has a lot more support from the greater populace. Red 97 Ghost. Once upon a time in the mid 2000s in this fandom, there was so much dye work going on with RIT dyes on Transformers, and I feel like it stopped. And I always thought that was the solution for joints, but I also didn't read into it enough, and now I don't really know like where to start, or how to like dissect the toy down enough to make that the thing, or, to get like, okay, here's the joints, and I'm going to soak these in dyes. Um, but back in the day, in like the mid 2000s, dyeing your plastics was like the thing the customizers were doing. Back in the old, RIP, the old TF Master era. Oh, Cypher, you're right. I think I remember a thread from the Radicons forum on TFW that RIT dye changed their formula that made it no longer work with the old processes as well. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's all coming. Like I remember that whole little era now. Well, era. You know, the 1 week conversation, but like it's starting to flood back into my memory. Commander Matt, hey yo, what's with the 2 a.m. stream? I'm just doing some late night painting stream because I had a kind of a crummy brain day, and so I decided I'm going to try to fix it by doing some streaming, and everyone's super cool, and it totally worked. I'm feeling a lot less brain. Where's my Battlefield Brown? Where'd you go? There you go. Look at this hot shaking action. Yeah. Getting that good wrist motion going. Didn't sound bad in my head, but as I said it, I immediately knew where that could... Yeah. You know, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about shaking paint jars? Bottles. We're talking about shaking paint bottles. Get your mind out of the gutter, you weirdo. Whoever it is I'm talking to. It's not me. I should get this guy on this little stand. I need some of that poster putty. I had my brush in my mouth. Not the brush tip, but I had the side of it. I was holding it like a pirate holds a knife. Now it fell all the way down there. I need to grab a scummier brush to drag it back over here. Hey. My head won't fit through this bottom of the desk. Oh, God. Ugh. You know when, how do you put it? When you bend over too far and your torso muscles are like, stop. That's what happens when I have to bend over to grab something that falls under this desk. It's unpleasant. It's a yoga tier bend forward. But I did it, so I'm doing okay. I missed a whole lot of chat, my apologies. I had my head under the desk. Cora Ross, yeah, I should say, like, even though folks had mentioned these are not Warhammer, I got Warhammer stuff kicking around too. I got the Blood Bowl starter from Recent. I got a bunch of Necrons. I've been trying to make my own flayed ones for the last like year. And then I thought like, oh wow, finally they're putting out new nice plastic flayed ones. I can get those, and they're friggin' over $50 for 5 of them. And I'm like, hey, I guess I'm gonna continue with my kit bashed flayed ones. Sometimes Games Workshop models like enter this very specific realm of like, are you charging me for gameplay? Kindly don't. Because like the whole dream, right? At least part of the dream of new plastic flayed ones would be, okay, so I don't have to spend like $50 on the resin kind of goofy looking old sculpt ones you can sometimes find, and they put out new plastic ones and they're still $50. Oh, Carrot Gear, I have seen a lot of really cool sprue cons on Reddit, yeah. Cyberknight 1994, what grade is good for a beginner Gunpla? I don't really know too well, but RG, real grade, as far as I know, are kind of like the big bang for your buck. Yeah, Cloud 3514, the Pariah Nexus, yeah, it's those flayed ones. It's those flayed ones. It's just one of each. $50, like one set of the sprues. I'm like, come on. Like, I know that's the pricing model to a certain degree, but also, Jiminy Cricket, come on. Disgrace, surprised I'm not working on Monpok models yet. It's like doing the Riot Quest ones is going to unlock the Monpok ones in my brain, because for whatever reason, the Monpok models give me so much analysis paralysis. Like, I started a couple of them, and I just, like, I get stuck, because I'm like, this is a whole monster. I get into that thing I was talking about earlier that you got to not get into, where I'm like hung up on doing it perfectly. I'm like, well, I got to do it perfectly this time because this is the only copy of the monster that I have. You know, as though I can't buy another one. If you want to know specifically my Games Workshop pricing changes sad story from just the last couple years, I was the completist on Warhammer Underworlds, partly because I thought the game looked cool, but partly because they were just a really nice selection of Age of Sigmar sculpts. And I'm like, this is a fun way to just like sample all the Age of Sigmar aesthetics and just have cool little thematic, like, you know, trios and foursomes and stuff. And then the warband prices spiked up, and I haven't bought any of Dire Chasm because it's like, it wasn't like a massive spike, but it was enough of a spike to not make them casual, like, you know, buy them as they come out purchases. And now I've been sitting there, like, you know, especially since I haven't played that game in like a year and a half for, you know, various reasons, many obvious. I'm like, do I even like bother with Dire Chasm, or do I just like wait, paint what I have, and see if I still even want to play whenever the next season comes around? Which is kind of a shame. Yeah, Cloud, the Necron Warrior's individual price compared to the Recruit Starter Kit is like I guess I appreciate them being so transparent with how they get you hooked, right, with the Recruit Starter, but I'm like, who's the Necron Warriors box for? Like, people who don't read price tags and they have someone else's credit card? Like, sorry, I missed a bunch of chat while I was doing that Battlefield Brown. Disgrace, Caradron Overlords player collector. That yeah, some armies are just like, oof. I'm lucky in that I think I've always thought the Necrons were cool, and the Necrons have gotten a lot of new model love, so there are affordable ways to get at least some Necrons, right? Like Indomitus, if you could, the recruit set. Milk Product Mark II. I so far have every mold that McFarlane has released for Warhammer 40k, so I am digging those things. I have some boudoir photo shoots with 2 Necrons, McFarlane Necrons, on my Instagram and on my Twitter somewhere. Hasbro isn't going to hire him since Chris isn't going to a Vietnamese sweatshop anytime soon. I mean, it's true that I'm not. Cora Ross, I've been tempted even though the question wasn't for me, but those figures... Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the Riot Quest stuff. Yeah, Indomitus is like, if like, I'm okay having all the stuff in it. Like, I got a hold of one of those because I thought all the models looked cool, and I was like, someday I can play some casual kill team with these. But if you have no use for half the models, it's like, you'd have to go through the work of selling them, and it's, you know, it's stuff. Disgrace, the McFarlane toy scale size doesn't bother you. No, it doesn't really bug me. Like, on the Space Marines, like, with 40k, everyone's gigantic, so... I don't really mind it either way on those. But I don't really think too much about, like, cross-pollination between them and 6-inch figures. Like, they're all... I treat a lot of them just as, like, one-off figures that I keep, you know, kicking around in archival bags because I'm a weirdo. I'm going to do the Battlefield Brown on all of these just to get it out of the way. That gives me an idle thing to talk about. Or to do whilst I'm talking. I'm not going to talk about putting brown on all the bases, because that would probably actually cause brain death in some people. Where'd my glaze go? Put this over here. Cora Ross, what is Riot Quest exactly? It's Privateer Press's, I think, most fun casual game. It's set in they have a game called War Machines and also a game called Hordes that's collectively known as Warma Hordes. And they had their first big campaign for that come out a couple years ago, where the Infernals came to collect the debt of the use of magic from the mortal world, and it was a big campaign event. So Riot Quest is set in an apocalyptic alternate future where that campaign went badly and the Infernals won and destroyed the world, basically. So Riot Quest is a post-apocalyptic Warmahorde setting in the tone of a Saturday morning cartoon show, where all these characters from War Machines and Hordes have become like Riot Questers. They've become like sort of game show almost loot crews who all have their little backstories and like what happened to them during the apocalypse and like what they're doing now. And it's a hex-based game where you have like a hex map, and there's spawn points. You're trying to collect treasure and have combat happen. If no one ever dies, they just get ejected and sent to the cooler, and then they go back to your character bench. And you just play like a set number of rounds trying to collect treasures, accomplish little quests. It's very casual fun. And if they had a version of it with easy to build plastic minis, I think they'd be making bank. But Privateer Press does not do plastic anymore. So the big, not stumbling point, but the big hurdle for that game is that all the minis are pewter and resin, which are not necessarily like casual friendly materials to work with for someone who just wants to play a goofy fun game. I like it. I've only played it a little bit. Like I was getting into playing it more right before lockdown happened. But it's super fun. Like you come in with a roster of somewhere between like 5 to 10 characters. I think you only spawn like 4 of them at the start of the game, and the rest are all on the bench. And it doesn't matter if your opponent has some of the same characters. Like the first base box, one of the quests in its quest deck is literally like, hey, that's an imposter. So if a character knocks out a copy of themselves, you complete the quest. And it uses the Monster Apocalypse dice. It's like the blue, white, and red dice. Disgraced Warm Hordes. I hope they get back to priorities. Feels like the spikiness of the player base and allowing community balancing ruined it for everyone. Like, what I understand is the game is like just runs at times, at least, with the way that they've moved the game to digital rule sets and erratas. Like the game was running more kindly for players. The problem is that as someone who just had a bunch of models from like 2 editions ago, I would look at it like, so how do I get to playing War Machines? And there's like no answer. Like it feels like War Machine is there for people who were already playing it 5 years ago, and I don't know how I on-ramp onto it anymore. I didn't like have tons of it. I bought a bunch of cricks, so I looked at a wiki page, and I bought like a few more cricks just to like finish a little collection. I haven't painted any of them, but they're all in a storage suitcase. Because I played demos of War Machine, in whatever edition it was in back in like 2009, and I really liked it. Adam Edgman, thank you. These are my favorite figures on the Citadel. You're my favorite Adam on the Citadel. Okay, Disgrace, so it wasn't just me. Because War Master looks cool, but the first thing I thought when I saw the Kickstarter was like, is this supposed to be Infinity? Like, at a glance, I was like, the aesthetic was just shrieking Infinity at me. And when I look closer, because a friend of mine was like, if you, like, it's not really, like, if you look at the details, and I agree with them when I look closer at the aesthetic, but, like, at a glance, this vertical slice snapshot of that game looks like Infinity so much. Like, I don't think the gameplay is Infinity-like, in any specific way. Like, I watched, like, I think their first demo video. It looks cool. Like, that's one where if I had if I had more stuff already painted, I would totally pick up like some of the whatever the new Cricks I call them. They look like the Cricks to me, but the Eternus Continuum. I'd love to grab some of those and like fully magnetize the robots. But I'm trying to not buy very many models right now because I have so many unpainted, and I have watched so many people put up pile of shame videos on their YouTube channels, and I'm like, I have that already, but with toys. I don't want that for another thing. So I'm adamantly trying to put big dents into my unpainted miniatures before I grab large amounts of new ones. Which is hard because I actually really enjoy assembling miniatures, which is a problem because that means it's even easier to just keep owning more unpainted minis. And the problem with miniatures, right? With toys, a lot of toys, you know, barring some more of the high-end ones, toys are generally okay to kind of just pile together in storage bins, you know, with a little bit of protection, and they're okay. You can't do that with miniatures. Which I find very troublesome for the way I like to live my messy life. Commander Matt, no worries. Yeah, these are specifically Riot Quest by Privateer Press. Oh, Chicken Soup, you catch the latest IDW2. I have. Yeah, IDW2 did that thing that sometimes happens where a Transformers story decides that Windcharger is really cool, and IDW2 Windcharger has appeared. IDW2 Windcharger appears to be very cool. I don't want to spoil anything beyond that, but it was a very neat moment. I'll avoid going on a huge IDW2 thing because I kind of ate up like 40 minutes of a stream last time with that, but so, you know, go watch that stream if you want to hear all the thoughts. I really like IDW2. I don't want to like overhype it for folks. It's just like I think it's very good Transformers comics that is sort of flying under the radar compared to IDW1. And that's maybe, you know, maybe that's not even a bad thing. But they are doing some very good decisions over there, I think. Oh, Adam Edgman, this dude's not just body positive, he's like, look at that, he's just got staples there. He's like, whatever, someone cut me, I stapled it. Alright, I got that Battlefield Brown down. I'm going to do a quick first coat of black rim, and then I'm going to figure out what I want to do to finish up some of these. I think, Picky Peeves, is there a specific toy Windcharger's based on? Like, it looks like a very just evergreen-looking Windcharger. I'm not sure if it's referencing a specific toy. Like, it might be referencing the RTS, or the Titans... Was it Titans Return Legend toy? Like, it looks like it's just... It looks like Windcharger, first and foremost, I guess. Like, one thing IDW2 tends to do is just use like recent toys as models, which means it's not inspiring as many, you know, like fresh toys or anything to happen, but it does mean that like it creates fresh love for toys you already have that you might not have been thinking about for a while. Like, for instance, the Siege Rainmaker 3-pack. Those 3 characters are incredibly important to IDW2, sort of all of a sudden. Which made me immediately go like, damn, I'm really happy I have that 3-pack, because I think that these are characters I want to own. And like, they just had Red Wing and Nacelle show up, so it's like, hey, if you wanted to feel good about owning those, here's them doing some stuff. What's your thought on Street Fighter Power Rangers being canon? It makes sense. Like, you know, that it fits into the, what do you call it? The general aesthetic of Power Rangers, I think, to have Chun-Li and Ryu as, you know, Rangers basically. Nothing about it feels like, oh, I can't believe they did this. It's like, no, those are kooky fantasy, basically fantasy martial artists who like already can like shoot lasers and things. You know, fireballs, I guess. I'm just calling them all lasers. We are a Hadoken is a laser channel. We are a Kikoken is a laser channel. I do not have an opinion on whether or not Ryu is a wizard. I have not been swung sufficiently by either argument. But, you know, it's a worthwhile discussion to have because Ryu does shoot fireballs, and that is something that wizards do. So eventually it's got to be tackled. Who has 6-inch Street Fighters? Is that under Storm Collectibles, or is theirs a weird high-end toy license? I'm just wondering, like, if Street Fighter is clear to even happen in Lightning Collection. Because I'm sure they would like to. I'm sure there's no opposition internally at Hasbro of like, oh, we can't release a figure of Ryu and Chun-Li as Power Rangers? Want to release them? Just may as well burn our budget for the year. Go sell my beach house instead. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking they'd just be released as helmeted Power Rangers with the designs they have from the... Not just the mobile game, right? Like, they're in the fighting game now. Because, like, Storm Collectibles is doing... They slurped up, like, every single fighting game license they could. But, like, I suspect Storm Collectibles aren't, like, literally main aisle 6-inch figures as the specifics of that license. Even though their figures are, like, 6-ish inches, they have all those, like, pseudo-soft goods and stuff. Like, they... Because that stuff all gets kind of weird and, I guess, uniquely complicated depending on the license holder. I wanted to set up just a wee little bit of glow on the butcher's axe. I want my white. I want my mecha white. I'm gonna do a whitewash. I'm gonna whitewash that axe. But like this will go well. This won't be a bad thing. Just trust me. Just trust me. But yeah, we also had like we had the Transformers Street Fighters crossover, but that's also, I feel like that's well outside the purview of like any kind of actual figure licenses and more like just a direct conversation between two companies. At least as a layman who listens to people talk about their toy jobs whenever they happen to. It feels like that's not entirely different, but like very slightly different. I'm just keeping my wits about me to make sure this actually does what I want it to do. Still, it's a bit more liquidity. There we go. I'm not doing like OSL necessarily. I just would like to set up a nice friendly glow, which might turn itself into some OSL nonsense if that just happens. Like, I don't know, we'll see. I kind of test drove doing some light blue washes on this before I did the metallics, and then I was like, wait, I didn't put any metal on this. Arg. That's why you might be seeing some little hints of blue here and there already existing. It's from a prior experiment, as they say. By the way, this is one of them like super junk brushes from like a pack of brushes. Is a Craft Smart. It's useful for just like slopping some ink wash down. People are talking about Metroid. I missed how people started talking about Metroid. Cyberknight 1994. Do I dabble in amiibo? No, I bought the 8-bit Mario amiibo back when it came out because I thought it looked funny, but that's about it. Amiibos look very nice. I think they're like, I remember when they came out, my thought was they look really good for mass-produced and painted little figurines at that price point with RFID chips. Like they seem like a solid bang for buck. I always feel like always like a permanent spectator to Metroid discourse because like I think Metroid's cool, but I don't have any passion about Metroid. I just think it's neat. Yeah, Cloud3514. I'm actually looking at like another 3 brushes just because I think I'm starting to really jank up these ones, and I can't remember where any of my nicer ones are. So I'm like, I'll just stock up a few more brushes just in case. Milk Product Mark II. I would like to see Lightning Collection do more weird 6th Rangers because those are always my jam. I really want Rio and Melee from Geki Ranger. I don't know what their names are from Power Rangers, which Geki Ranger was Jungle Fury, I think. I really like Geki Ranger, and I really like Rio and Melee, and I would like 6-inch figures of them, please. I don't think I'm asking for too much. Just, I really like some of them toys. Oh, Woolzard would be cool too. Yeah. One of the things I enjoy about Lightning Collection is it helps me learn American Ranger names. Because I'm always just saying Sentai names about anything that's like post 2001, and eventually that becomes unhelpful. Commander Matt, what brushes one should get for TF customs? Really, in any case, like a size 0 brush and a size 1 brush would be just good places to start. I think they're around about similar to, where is it? To this one. It's something with a nice tip and a decent amount of body, and it just gives you something to work with. With Transformers, like, you probably would want this because you're painting, generally speaking, like flat surfaces, right? Like, as opposed to like lots of little finicky detail. Sideswipe Prime 606. Rio's American name was Daishi. Right. That's like one of those names that's like just perfectly created to fall out of my brain every other day. Like I always hear about it and I'm like, right, Daishi. And then 2 days pass and I'm like, I want Rio. Any brand specifics? Not really. I always mention if you go to art stores, you can get for like under $20, like a big sack of just like a whole bunch of different brush sizes. They're just like, you know, kind of junky synthetics, but they're a good place to start because it just gives you a pile of brushes. And then if you find like, oh, I really like that size of brush, and then it's the one that, you know, falls apart first, then you're like, all right, that size of brush is the first one I want to get a nice one for. I should check in on the green. Well, that is... Well, wait, is this... I need to do another little wash of white. This is going to be like a 2-coat affair, isn't it? Basically, I want these little masses of skulls to look like they're glowing with blue cream, if that makes any sense. So I want to set down at least like a light amount of white for the blue to get inked over top of. All right, let's check on that green. Let's just do one more coat of that green. Why check? Let's just do it. All right, have a good night, Cyber Knight 1994. Robot Lorekeeper, is their axe full of skulls? How did you get those in there, mate? Like, listen, the butcher showed up with an axe full of skulls, and I'm like, I'm not going to question the means. I'm just going to say, yo, dang, that's impressive. And also, can you do that for mine? The butcher never replies to me. So, you know, I get blanked. But... This is some of that delicate, I suddenly go silent work, because I'm, like, not sure if this is working. So I'm kind of staring at it as the paint's going down, and I'm like, I think it's doing the right thing. I don't know if this is working or not. There's weird surface tension stuff going on. I'm not sure if I need to back off for a second and let it dry off again. The viscosity's gotten all weird. Good night, Viral Tang. Oh, Disgrace, this is not painting eyeballs. Painting eyeballs is still, that's still hot fresh hell. My brother got me a thing off my Amazon wish list, which was nice, though. This is kind of helpful. It's one of these with the ring light in it. Oh, I can put it right over top of here, and then it can get all weird. Because I use this to help me with faces like here. Oh, that's not really making a difference with this thing on here. But anyway, that helped me with the faces on these folks. I don't think I really use it for anything else, but it was shockingly helpful for like being able to have more controlled application on like small surfaces like eyeballs. Cloud says, eyes and flesh tones, the entire reason why many of my Space Wolf possible wear helmets. Yeah. My reaction to it has always been like, I hate it, but that makes me want to solve it. Like, this guy's face was a real thing as well. And like, there's a little strip of off-white for the little top row of teeth that are showing. And that magnifying thing helped a lot with that. Like, when the faces happen, I feel really friggin' cool. So I like it when it happens. That makes any sense. You know when you do a thing that you are like really not sure if you're going to be able to pull it off, and then when it works, you're just like, holy crap, I'm cool. I want to go to the schoolyard, and I want everyone to see what I did. FaceTime is good time. I actually haven't used FaceTime the app in a long time. There was some security thing with it that made me delete it off my phone as fast as I could. Or at least, as best as you can with an iPhone. And I don't remember anymore what that was. So it might have been not worth it, but I haven't used FaceTime in a while. Unintentional Apple references. This stream is powered by the designers over in California, the Apple company. So they're free to act as they please. As the technological sponsors of this streaming activity of mine. Milk Product Mark II is a newbie to tabletop paints. Is there some sort of top coat you use as well for these miniatures? Yeah, I always do a. Sorry, I always do a matte, a couple light matte top coats, and then some satin, or usually just satin for the metallics, like hand added on. Unless they're like fully armored, then I might do like a satin spray. But I've found it's just it's more irritating to try to paint on matte varnish than to paint on satin or gloss varnish. So I usually do like a matte top coat. Right now what I'm doing is like a satin top coat, then a light matte top coat, because I heard that satin and gloss are tougher top coats. So I put them on first, and then a light matte one, and then I paint on some little glossier ones afterwards. I was laughing because Adam Edgman said I can spit on their spaceship from here, and I thought that was a good one. I thought that was a good line. Good line, solid line, good line. I think Gorman the Mad is done. I think if I fiddle with the green anymore, it's going to get weird. And I should count my blessings that it's turned out as well as it has so far. I think I'm going to have a go at scratching up some of his metal. Do I want to? Or just leave him? Maybe just leave him as he is. I think I'll be happy and leave, because this is one I wasn't even looking forward to painting. I'm going to leave him as he is, I think. I guess I'll just get a little bit of that. There we go. I'll leave him as he is. That's the other thing to remember, is if you do the top coat, it's not like, and it's done. Like, you can always go back and add more. That's the thing I try to remind myself, too. Is like, I could go and I could weather up this, or I could add some more spot highlights to whatever, and it's like, or if it's not immediately occurring to me how I want to do that, I could just say this is done. And live with it. Oh, but there was a tartan thing I was thinking of trying to do. Hang on. I need to look at what that looks like again. Right, horizontal line. I'm going to see if I can do this. Have a good night, Cloud. With metal models, you especially want to do a top coat, because plastic models are not as hard, if that makes any sense. Metal models can chip themselves on things a lot because underneath the paint is like solid pewter. So it's easier for edges to chip and whatnot if you don't top coat stuff. At least that's as I understand it. I'm just trying to do something that is really unnecessary, but I want to know if I can do it. This might call for my little magnifying friend. Ugh. Magnifying friend does mean that sometimes I just like collide with parts of the model on my way to where I'm going, which is a little bit annoying. I'm not sure if this is working. Basically, the better painters than me had like a sort of thin white line going along the kind of tartan pattern, and I am not good at working with white paint. And this is trying to freehand a thin white line over top of blue and red, and I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this off. This is, to me at least, incredibly complicated. The important thing is that I tried. Where's my... Where did I put the big silly green handle one? Oh, it rolled underneath this thing, that's why I couldn't find it. Grrr. The thing is, I want to keep trying, though. Remember, a great hero once said, "Never give up." So something I do that's really weird is when I'm doing really finicky stuff like this, I start like crookeding my upper lip. I start doing a classic 80s Stallone sneer. But it's not out of confidence, it's out of fear. I start going like... I think what we'll do, I'm going to do like 2 lines just on the front of his chest just to say I did them. Oh, well, you see, that one went fine. That one went fine and is unnecessarily boosting my confidence. I should probably stop this while I'm ahead. As he proceeds to do more. No! Because the thing is, any parts that end up sloppy, I can just go like, yeah, well, you know, this dude didn't treat his tartan all that well. Like, it's all messed up and stuff. And if we're being real, like, my little tartan squares here are also pretty messy in the first place. Whoop! That would have been bad. He just unadhered from the base because his poster putty's getting old. Tank Hunter, hello! Oh, laying brick road on a miniature level. I'm going to be doing some of that with rollers on my Bloodborne board game models eventually. I got all the parts to do it, and I just got to work up the gumption to do it. But I want to do cobblestone bases and other type bases with green stuff rollers. And I kind of want to just go for it. But for the cleric beast, because that one's base is almost terrained, I bought a little bag of cobblestones to fill out some free shipping. Oh, wait a second. Is this proof that Adam Edgman and Tank Hunter 48 are different people? Is this finally proof? I'm doing a bit. I know the entity that could be one or two people that are those two. I'm doing a bit to antagonize them as the speaking voice on this stream. Finally, you reveal yourself, Tank Edgman 48, after all these years. Now the press will believe me. Hey, Picky Peeves, happy weekend. Damn, this is like a messy disaster that is also bringing the tartan together. I don't know how to explain it. I think I gotta stop there. But, like, damn. Because the tartan was kind of a gloppy, patchy, you know, set of red squares on blue. So having these kind of, like, messy white lines on it just looks like it's a screwed up tartan. Damn. Damn, that worked. Damn. Damn, I'm a genius. Damn it. Ooh, chicken Kievs. Excuse me, I hiccuped. I need to go get groceries sooner than later. It was raining all day, and I fell asleep 14 times today, so I did not go get groceries today. You are done. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna take these I don't know, unless people want to watch it. I'm gonna. What do I want to do? What do I want to do on you? I want to do the blue wash on you, and then we'll be down to basing. And I might not do the basing on the stream because I've done that before, and the basing is kind of like. I feel like doing the basing on the stream is just padding out the stream to be longer. Where's that nice ice color? It's a mixture of these two. That's what it was. Best match. Milk Product Mark II. When would be another fun cooking stream? I almost did a cooking stream a couple days ago, and then I didn't because I would have had to hook my mounting arm here up to my kitchen counter, and I didn't want to. Like, I have a basing method that I am really happy with that I like. I think I did it on a stream before. It's just like it takes a while, and the stream's already cleared the 2-hour mark. I'm not sure if it, because when I'm doing my basing, I also noticed I'm incredibly bad at paying attention to anything the chat is saying, because I kind of fall into a, the basing trance. Oh, if you like the salts of some people when I cook, yeah. The thing, the only thing that kind of makes me go like when I'm doing cooking streams is when people are like, oh, I would never eat at a restaurant that cook things the way you do, and I'm always like, I mean, I don't get that a whole lot. I've seen that once or twice over the years, but it always sticks with me because I'm like, yeah, dog, but I'm cooking for me, so I don't really care. Like, guess what? You're not having this. This is for me. All right. I put a little bit in the kind of gaping mouth thing there, and it's looking a bit weird. It's just generally looking a bit weird. Yeah, it still tastes good. RG1 It's crazy how the stream is already 2 hours old. It feels like we were talking about Bobby's World an hour ago at most. I feel ya. Yeah, Zero, it's like this only happened once, and I think it was meant in good jest, but once someone was like, oh, if you were on my line, I'd be getting on you about that cutting technique, and I'm like, my man, I'm in my apartment. Generally, my line is like, well, yeah, that's why I don't work in the food industry, because I can't do it that well. I'm very satisfied with my own amateur level because I think it tastes good. And that's about as far as my aspirations are. I wouldn't want to get in the food industry. It's way too stressful. I'm just going for it on this, but I think I also really want to see how this dries. I should add, now it's crossing my mind, I'm not saying, I am above being critiqued for my cooking. It's just certain point, let's bear in mind the context, y'all. I did a little 5-minute cooking stream on Twitter because I was waiting for some rice to finish. And I was like, one of my favorite parts about cooking for myself is I can stir this big dish with the spatula, and then I can take the same spatula with some of the dish on it, and I go, whoa, I can lick it and then put it back in the dish because I'm the only one eating this, so it's all for me. So when I am looking for a job in the food industry, like, please don't send them that video. They're, that video was, that was locker room talk. That was locker room talk. Adam Benjamin, you should fly off the handle on even the slightest negative feedback on stream. You're right. You're right. Let's have another sip of that. This Coke Zero is maintaining its bubbly hood for a pretty decent amount of time, for like over 2 hours in here. Disgrace 101, you were a different person when making that risotto. I haven't made risotto in a while, because I was treating risotto too much like tasty gruel, and I think I was eating way too much rice, basically. Oh, picky peeves, yeah, you never know what it's like. You're always cooking for 4 to 6 people. That's the thing, is like, all my cooking has always come from like, I must feed myself. So I'm a very self-centered cook. I was just messing with my poster putty. I want to wait for that blue to dry, so I'm going to do one more. Oh, I'm going to do the dry brush, I think, on this guy's base. Milk product, like, I agree, like, there's also no such thing as too much rice. But, like, strictly speaking, health-wise, I was making risotto when I was at film school as, like, my one meal I'd carry around. And I basically made it into this mixture of, like, rice and ground pork, like, spicy porridge. And I don't think it was very good to just be eating tons and tons of that all the time. I need some variance. Like, I still make lots of stuff with rice, but, like, right now, one of my favorite things is I call it stuff I like stir fry, where it's just, like, ground pork and celery and carrot and green pepper and onion and garlic and some other stuff, sambal. And I just have that over rice. And it's not really fancy. It's not even really done to proper stir fry, protocols. It just ends up being, like, a bunch of stuff I like on rice that tastes good, and it's like 70% vegetables, one of which at least is a superfood vegetable, and so if I don't also like end up adding in like spinach or something like that, and so I'm all good just eating like this pile of like kind of greasy vegetables. Gotta fix the part here where I grabbed the ring of the base a bunch of times. I said I was about to do the dry brushing, and now I'm sitting here doing the base ring again. Don't mind me. I'm just having a moment. Yeah, Baltan, the stuff I like stir fry has been like all I've been making lately, because I just feel the best about it. Like it's not like an excess of anything except maybe like a bit of an excess of pork fat, because I'm using the ground pork oils as a cooking element as well. Like I sweat out the ground pork in a tablespoon or so of canola oil, so that all the pork fat and that canola oil become the cooking medium along with the garlic and onions. I kind of just like I buzz them all together until it's like bubbling, and then I add in the vegetables. Oh, and I usually add silken tofu as well. I should have said that's always in there. Also, I saw briefly there. Yes, Tank. I went to film school. That's why I live in the Eastern Time Zone. As I moved here to go to a film school that gave me a good vibe. After 10-ish years of never finishing post-secondary, just constantly trying to make it work for me, and post-secondary constantly saying like, no, we want you to Even though we have a major that is precisely what you want, you should just continue with the computer science one that's ruining your brain that you really don't like. Uh, Unfortunately, lots of money. I always say wasted. It's always impressed upon me like it wasn't wasted because you still were getting something out of it. But I'm like, that's a lot of money gone on computer science courses that I didn't like and had to take more than once in some cases. Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. over here. I fell asleep off and on throughout like 5 p.m. through 8 p.m. Because I didn't sleep much earlier. I've been having some of that inverse circadian rhythm spasming, so that's part of the reason why the stream is happening. I was having some bad brains, so I was like, let's do some mini painting, and then I was like, oh, I don't know if I really want to do any mini painting. So then I said, well, now, fool, you're gonna stream it, so you have to do it. So I am perhaps, I maybe am using y'all to some certain degree. That's right, Baltan 2. You're being used. Yeah, Robot Lorekeeper never met a computer course it didn't despise. I liked year one comp sci because it was I felt very creativity and puzzle oriented. And then I had these classes about sorting algorithms that I literally couldn't keep awake during because they were always in a giant dark auditorium where nobody noticed if I fell asleep. And I would nod off for minutes at a time during those courses because they were intensely boring. It just didn't work out. I really liked year one when it was like a bit of puzzle solving and then like code a fun thing. And I was like, yeah, this is cool. I like this. And then it became sorting algorithms and whatnot. And I was like, oh, I hate this. And I was not able to get over hating it to the point of like, well, at least I can just grit my teeth and finish it. Because then it's like, it's been almost 10 years. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like even the instructors constantly asserted that like there was a fallacy to the nature of what a comp sci degree even was for. And then I was like, upon learning kind of what its main uses are, I was like, oh, I don't want to do any of that ever. And then that led to, lengthy multi-year long bouts of like, I don't know what I want to do or who I am. And then sometimes those multi-year, it's not like I was taking classes for like near on 10 years. It wasn't 10 years. I always say 10 years because I rounded up a bit. But there were like several periods of like either co-op work terms or long periods of doing office temping or my couple of years with the environmental assessment office. So like I was doing other things during it, kind of just like floating. But finding a film school that through a bit of luck ended up turning out well was very good, if only for making me feel like I had made a decision of what to do. Oh, Commander Matt, I know you're exaggerating, but also lots of my friends who got their degree were like, no, that's about where that's about where my brain was at. But no, the nice thing about the filmmaking side or film school-ish stuff is like there's a lot of nuance inside of it that also all connects with me. Like there's a lot of project management in filmmaking, and partly thanks to my mom, I have like a certain amount of project management mindset, which is not always present among creative mindsets. So it helps me be able to like sort out like that's why when I did my short film for school, like I felt comfortable directing because it was people I knew, so I didn't have to like deal with a ton of personalities problems.
and I was able to just kind of project manage the thing. And that was fun. Or when I like the freelance stuff I do, like when I do figure out some solid things, it's also usually things where, at least for the task I'm doing, I'm more or less in I'm doing this off screen. I'm in like full control of that task. Like that's the entirety of my responsibility. And mostly it's other folks like needing to just get me things to help with it. And so again, with project management, it's like, okay, like I know what I need these people to get to me, so I can notify them like, hey, I need you to grab me this if you can as soon as possible. If I run into stop gaps, I can identify if I'm the one who's causing the stop gap or if it's someone else along the chain, and how do I at least get the ball into their court, etc. That's very much part of filmmaking. Is everyone's kind of got jobs to do for a project, and like with project management in a more, for instance, a more IT setting, more of an IT setting, if someone is not fulfilling their box in the project and is also then trying to outreach to other boxes on the project, usually you can identify that as being the root of the problem. It's like, hey, you gotta really do your main thing here first. In filmmaking, it can be as easy as like, hey, guy who's running the sound, you got to stop giving tons of input to the director of photography, because you're also not running the sound well enough, and you're making the director of photography get confused because that is supposed to be their thing they're doing. So please, don't waylay them with lots of input. And like, I know your input is well-meaning and that you also know things about how DOPing works, but like in this project you are running sound, so like please try not to interfere too much with the DOP. And just being able to, communicate that, as opposed to, just going up to a guy and go like, hey, you stay in your lane. Like, because that ain't good project management. That's creating attention for someone to get further distracted by. In my opinion, being a good film director on a small scale, maybe not film necessarily, but being a good small scale film or TV director it involves deconflicting, or at least like it involves that if your assistant director is not already handling that. In my opinion. Take it easy, Zero. Thank you for the website updates. I'm just gonna say, I don't know if you said which website it's for. I'm just gonna assume it's helpful, so I'm gonna say thank you for the website updates. This is also my basic basing trick here. Is some frost rocks over brown. So I'm gonna give those frost rocks a sec, and then I'm gonna nulln them, and I'm gonna stick some grass down, and then we're gonna be sitting pretty with those bases. Whether or not it is how the actual like industry tends to work, I just have a lot of thoughts on how filmmaking should work, in the sense of de-escalation and efficiency. Which is why I don't tend to think highly of the romanticized idea of like the director as this eccentric who screams at everyone, and it creates through that tension and hard work, it creates a beautiful vision. Because like, easy example, The Shining, right? All the famous stories about The Shining and how like that was really hellish for many of the actors to work on, and it's like there is a belief that like, well, that pulled this amazing performance out of the actors, and I personally believe that like it probably did, but there was probably a far less, for lack of a better term, a far less abusive way to do that still would have communicated what you wanted and gotten, at least for the most part, what you ended up getting. Like treating your actors like dirt, it can get you some stuff, but I just don't think it really does. It doesn't do enough to justify it, And I'd also say, like, in the 2020s, right? Someone who wants to do Kubrick tactics in the 2020s, and says they are doing it because Kubrick did, they probably have no idea what they're talking about. Is also what I would say. It's sort of like when someone says, "Oh, what's the wording I saw?" I saw this wording that was like, it was Zack Snyder talking about some movie he wants to do, and he's like he wants to do like The Wrestler, but about a bodybuilder or something, and he wants an actor who's gonna like be up for some real physical stuff, and his wording was like, I'm really glad I know an actor she's there for the craft, and I'm like, I hate it. I hate that kind of wording. All that does is it romanticizes a slipshod production, in my opinion. It romanticizes like we're gonna use physical trauma, and it's like, my man, you could also just like make a good movie. Without like going into it with this whole idea, because to me that kind of stuff where like the hardship turns into good performance, you can't plan to do that. I would say also like like the one little place where it's like I don't like say like Kubrick might well have been a monster. I can't remember anymore all the details, but like to me it is also very much a difference between like it's a then and now difference. If it happened then and it happened to turn out all right, okay, cool, it turned out all right. But we know with hindsight that that doesn't need to happen again. So why are we trying to make it happen again? It's the whole thing of I just saw it come up in here. Yeah, method acting. There is a positive version of method acting. However, to me, it is a massive dog whistle when an actor proclaims how method they are. Because a lot of the best method actors don't proclaim how method they are, they just do it. And through what they've done, they create lessons that can be learned, so, in my opinion, other people don't necessarily have to go that far. I guess it's more so for directing and the general filmmaking thing than the acting side of it. But with the Kubrick thing, for instance, or I saw Kurosawa come up. It's like whatever they did, we can learn from that, and we can take the good parts from that, and not try to recreate those ridiculous circumstances. I mostly get set off when I see like a famous filmmaker talking about that stuff. If it's a student filmmaker, then I'm like, okay, this is your growing pains, whatever. Like we've all been through, being dumb student filmmakers, whatever. But when you have like a Zack Snyder talking about that stuff, I'm like, dude, you could have an army of people CG animate a film for you if you wanted to. Like, don't start talking about how you want to do something like The Wrestler, and you're super down that you found an actor who's willing to like throw herself through hell to tell that kind of physical story, because that is a horrible physical story, and you got to really take care of your actor who's telling that story. And I don't believe that if you go in going like you're here for the craft, that like you're doing it for the good of someone else, I guess, I don't mean to pick. I don't want to get in on the whole like 2021 pick on Zack Snyder thing, because I mean that's kind of rote. All thing, being perfectly honest. But I saw the quote going around, and it made about that movie he wants to do, and I was like, ugh. Yeah, for instance, in 2021, don't shoot actual arrows at your actors. For instance. What's the meme we can do? Don't shoot actual arrows at your actors challenge 2021. Because it's still wet now that I did the dry brushing and everything, I'm just going to re-rim the bases again so you get that nice crisp edge. I call it a crisp edge. It's actually, mine are sometimes pretty messy, but the intent is that crisp edge. Don't put your actors in mortal danger challenge 2021. Oh, hey, Ben Walters, I'm doing okay. Just finishing up these bases. saw Disgrace said Vince McMahon's the greatest method actor ever. How many people can invoke his poor performance to improv when he blows both his quads walking to the ring? Yeah, there are a lot of things Vince McMahon causes to happen where I'm like, it is impressive people made this work. Let's not congratulate Vince McMahon too much for it. But let's say they managed to salvage what happened very impressively. As while I'm rimming this base, I think part of the way I think about filmmaking also just comes to my general thought about like just work in general, which is that even when there is a hierarchy, to me, the greatest value and the greatest environment someone can create in any job place, is one where there is a sense of collaboration first and foremost. And I think that can happen even in like the retail space. That's why I have so little patience for all the stories about, cruddy managers and whatnot. Is like, if you make people feel like they're collaborating to something that they want to collaborate to, they're all going to do better, and they're all going to be happier to be there, and there's going to be less conflict, and there's going to be less disappointment for whatever your expectations were from folks who you are able to give orders to. So it's like, foster a sense of collaboration, and everything is easier. So why don't you just do that? I say to the, no one who's watching this stream necessarily. I'm doing some poster putty tricks so I can get these base rims. Oh, take it easy, Disgrace 101. Have a good one. Have a good time with that green stuff. That kneedite, as they might say. As I'm putting this in, just rambling on what I was talking about. It's just been my experience, in my fairly limited, probably often sheltered experience, that like, most of the problems with job market attitudes and that type of stuff on a manager level is also it's not even in service of like, doing the work. It's making it harder to do the work, It's like, it is a path of least resistance to just treat people. Now that I'm nearly 3 hours into this stream and I'm painting bases, I'm like, now is the time to soapbox about my philosophy on if you just treat the people around you better, then the work happens better. Just in case in some far off like circumstance, some retail manager who's not beyond hope happens to watch the VOD and it gives them an epiphany, then that would be real cool. M. Cypher, don't discount sheer simple petty power trippery. Oh, I will discount all that power trippery so hard. In that I will say it is of low value. It's even like the whole thing of like, how to apologize in the modern era. And like, and it's hard to get your brain out of a hole it can get stuck in. My brain's been stuck in that hole before. But it's like, path of least resistance is you just go like, hey, sorry about that. I messed up. Path of least resistance. If you're like a manager, and you don't also have like a corporate edict that's giving you brain rot. It's like, do you say, hey, idiot, go clean the washroom. I know it makes you feel uncomfortable, but I don't care. Go clean it. Or do you go like, hey, like, you want extra mask and gloves? You want to spray everything down once first, just to get it all kind of like ungunked, like whatever gets you feeling better about it. It's just, it'd be nice for you to do your part and didn't clean it once because everyone else has cleaned it. So it's for the sake of fairness. be fair to everyone else if we do that. But then you would also have had to create a situation where being fair to everyone is like an enticing thing anyway, and the damage could already be completely done. I don't know. I wanna bust out some of that gamer grass. Where'd I put the good gamer grass? Did that fall down somewhere? Picky Peeves. I had a friend who's an extra on Suicide Squad. He got incredibly close to decking Jared Leto on set. Jared Leto is just so imminently punchable. Like, even just listening to the guy talk before you get to, like, that he's probably, by all accounts, incredibly frustrating to be around. Goes on to say, actually, Hollywood seems to be one of the few places where being nice really gets you places. Snyder keeps getting work despite nobody liking his movies because he's incredibly respectful to everyone. Yeah, that's also why it bugs me when he says stuff like, you know, an actor who's into the craft. Because it's like, dude, you're being a jerk. And, like, stop. Someone got to... I'm going to see if my preferred gamer grass fell down over here. Someone go get a man... Get someone to show a man how to do a complicated thing with, like, vocal direction or something. Oh, here it is. I just think it's dangerous to look at stuff like that, or to look at, like, Christian Bale, you know, changing his body shape and things, and it's like, you know, there are safe ways to do it, but, like, think if you really gotta do it. You know, because, like, there are actors who are going to volunteer, like, no, I'm down. It's the craft. And it's like, figure out how to save those actors from themselves if they're really gung-ho about that kind of stuff. You know? They are, in the end, your co-workers. Oh, no, I was talking about this kind of gamer grass. It is static grass that you stick on bases. I don't think we've yet progressed to the point where there's like a craft cannabis called gamer's grass. That's probably like early 2030s when we get there. That's why it's just funnier to me that it's called gamer grass, because it does sound 100% like weed. It sounds entirely like some kind of horrible, like Mountain Dew and honey peanut flavored, like, weed strain. I probably want to get my super glue ready for this. It was me, Adam Edgmond. I stole the patent for gamer grass. I will be the one. I'll be famous. Alright, I want to stick a patch where I want to stick a patch. Ugh. So technically this stuff is supposed to be, like, adhesive on the bottom, but, like, let's be real. I kind of like how that's looking. Like, an obvious spot is here, but this feels a little bit more natural. Oh, but that fits right in. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that spot. This Gorilla Glue tube is getting to that point where super glue is like, why are you're supposed to have used me up by now. It's getting a little, shall we say, stiff. What if I put the grass in both spots? Yeah, like Adam Sandler as well. Like there are lots of folks who prove the value of like treat your coworkers well, and people will want to work with you, whatever the cause, or whatever the case. Hello, Elson Quizmora. Yeah, I'm still alive, nearing that 3 hour mark. So it's not it's not all that. But I am near the end of today's processes. Yeah, I like it. All right, let's find a spot on Gorman that feels grass. We got a big right there, right where the rocks meet the dirt there. That feels like it. Ben Walters, any new Kingdom or Studio series? Not on my end. Haven't gotten any new toys of late. I think we're kind of in that between stuff position now. Elson Cosmorio, do you ever want to have your subs reach a certain level? I remember Pia telling you years ago, sort of blown up with the quality of reviews you make. I would like to get 100,000 eventually, sooner than later. I don't have a plan as to how. I just think it would be cool to get the plaque, to feel like I won the minigame. That's about as far a goal as I have, really. But I want to do it while also continuing to proceed with my modus operandi of this channel being, like, for me first and foremost. Because I also think that stuff has longer staying power than, like, being, like, very specific to a subject, even though, obviously, like, there's a lot of toy stuff on the channel. But I don't want to start, like, other channels for other things. I just want it all to exist in here. And I would like it to eventually hit 100,000. Like, short-term goal, I would like to hit 50,000 this year, because I don't think I'm there. I think I'm at, like, 40 or something like that. But it would be nice to hit 50,000 this year. That's also why I'm happy that, like, the streaming system on YouTube is all, like, easy to work with, because I think that is helping me maintain presence for the what YouTube wants, as far as, like, interactions and things. Because, like, I mentioned this, like, another stream ago, or in a comment somewhere, but, like, it's not just once that I've heard from someone that they haven't seen me in their subscription box for not months, but for over a year. And I think there's rarely been longer a break than I think once or twice it's in recent times too, like a 2-month break between videos going up. But I know anecdotally that is, from other channels talking about it too. Like, that's a thing the YouTube subscription notifications algorithm does. It doesn't, when you subscribe to someone, and even when you hit that bell, That doesn't mean that everyone who did so hears from you, because YouTube's algorithm, they stated as much years ago when they implemented it. They were like, the subscriber feed. It's not literally everyone you subscribe to. It's out of everyone you subscribe to, what our algorithm thinks you want to watch. To which myself, notwithstanding many other people, have said, I want to watch the people I subscribe to. That's why I subscribe to them. I don't want you to then second guess from my subscriber list who I actually want to watch. If I don't want to watch them, I will not subscribe to them, or at least will not click a video if I don't feel like watching it. I can make that decision myself. Like, especially now, when, like, once you watch a bunch of videos in your feed, then you end up with, like, well, now I just have a feed of a bunch of videos I watched. So, like, and I know you're not, I know for a fact, 'cause I went to check, that, like, there are some uploads you have not surfaced on this feed, and I've watched every video in this feed. So how's that algorithm doing? The insidious thing about it, because Sideswipe Prime, I felt that way too, where I was like, well, mine's working. It's because I just assumed that some people weren't making videos, and I forgot about it for, like, months. And then when they would pop back up, it would be like, oh, and I'd look at their channel page, and I'd be like, hey, wait, there's like 2 other videos here. I guess I missed those in my subscription feed, I guess. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, no, I never saw it in my feed. Like, where did they go? And then I, learned more about this stuff, heard from the creator end about this from folks who were, like, it was one time someone was like, man, I thought you retired 2 years ago. And I was like, why? I'm like, because I haven't seen your videos in my feed. And I'm like, well, that's good to know from my end, I guess. But it's messed up. Nonetheless, if I just keep making things, and off and on, YouTube will eventually just surface a thing you're making because it happens to click with the system, and then that brings in a bunch of new people who go watch other things, and etc., etc. So the system forces itself to continue working, albeit at slow paces sometimes. It's just like, it's weird. Pinky Peeves, one question I meant to ask. You've talked about seeing transformations as art. Is there perhaps a vocabulary to develop for the purposes of art analysis? Kind of, sort of. That's why I very often refer to transformation flow, because I think that kind of captures one notion that I've noticed. Like, it's an ongoing thing for me of, like, figuring out what it is about certain transformations that I really like, and trying to language them up. So for me, like, flow is a big thing, which does not mean necessarily complexity or the lack thereof, but it's like, do I feel like, and I would say it's not even necessarily intuitiveness, because in your first go, it might not make sense, but it's like, when I know how it works, does it just flow? And intuitiveness is definitely a factor, I guess I should say. But I feel like it's not like an interchangeable for it. Intuitive, I would definitely apply more so to whether or not there are imperative pieces of information that I cannot intuit from the toy itself, which I would not say is an inherent critique. It's more, once I know those pieces of information, is this still troublesome? I guess an easy example would be if I know that the arms have to both bend into, like, Z-shaped frames to fit into this space, is it still difficult for me to bend them into that shape? Does it still, like, take me out of the experience sitting there trying to make that work? Or once I know they have to assume that shape, is it like bup, and then they fit in here? I guess would be one way to explain it. Because I've always said, there are even, like, full-on, like, complicated shell formers that I think have flow. I think MP36 Megatron has flow. I think MP44 Optimus Prime eventually has flow when you know how he works. That's is a perfect example of that. Like, once I know how MP44 works, then for the most part he has flow. Where he falters is that his locking tolerances are too squishy. So you are never quite sure if you've really gotten the truck together until you have to accept that like this truck is never going to fully seal together because the locking tolerances are too squishy. But MP36 Megatron and MP Sunstreaker, I generally 36 Megatron more so, I almost think, but they are two that I would say are like examples of like complicated but have flow. Whereas, for instance, like some of the worst alternators to deal with have a lack of flow, in part because you have to almost like stop everything to figure out how to get all of these ball jointed things to float in the right 360-degree position. That's why I was tweeting a little bit ago about ball sockets on sticks, and how like those are not like 100% like, oh, that means this is going to be bad. But like ball sockets on sticks are usually an indication that there's a good chance that the flow ain't going to be there, because you're going to have all this stuff on ball socketed sticks floating around, bumping into each other. Ball sockets on sticks, they allow you to get out of linear motions, because you get the gray zone of the ball joint, and the stick means that module can move on its own. But it's really got to be like you have maybe 2 of those active tops before they lock back in. Otherwise, you've lost flow. It's all just all over the place. Cypher, I would say Binaltech Jazz, Alternators Jazz was also like one of the nicer alternator Binaltechs to mess with, in that I think that one, like, I haven't messed with that one in years now, but I remember that one just feeling like I wasn't futzing with ball joints so much as before. Sideswipe Prime, I do own MP44. I own MP44 and TE01 and the large Magic Square one, because I ended up really liking what all 3 of them did. Don't look to me for spending responsibility advice. This ain't the channel for that. But, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about transformation that, like, I get really rambly about that stuff, because I have a lot of edge cases for which I'd rather come up with new terminology than, like, fold together with existing terminology. Because also, like, the very goals of a transformation are important as to, like, you know, what it is trying to do. And, like, excuse me, I think there's a way to use this language to, like, to maturely critique even, like, one-step changers. Obviously one-step changers, right, or you know, quote-unquote, the kids' toys, there's a more limited palette of stuff to really talk about. But in the context of what they are, I think there are still, like, highs and lows. For one-step changers, to me, it's like, how much do I feel like magic is happening? Like, how much do I feel like an automatic transformation is happening versus a single motion that reveals a robot mode sculpt, I guess, is the way I'd put it. Like the Switchblade cars from back when one-steps were really kicking off. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, I think Rid and Dark of the Moon, no, Age of Extinction did them, the Switchblade one-step changers. To me, that was like some real pinnacle one-step changer, because that was some freaking cool stuff happening in pumping one motion full of motion, and making it dynamic and just incredible. Ben Walters, how's Unicron doing today? He is chilling out in my front hall, because I don't have anywhere to put him right now. So he's just watching the door. Picky Peeves, are there any examples you think could fit with something like Pathologic, where it's not fun, but the painfulness seems to be the point? The immediate example I can think of, and I don't think it's not painful by design, I guess I should say to open, is what's the company called? They only did 2 figures. There was a Motormaster, and then there was the Megatron that could triple change between a gun and a tank and a robot. And then that company dissolved, because it was just like, it was mostly one guy's passion project. What was that company called? Now I can't remember. but I've described it. Someone's got to remember what I'm talking about. Bold Forms, yeah. Bold Forms Gladius. Bold Forms Megatron is a fascinating piece of engineering that is, in my opinion, worth owning if you have an interest in transformation design. It is not a good toy, but especially with the instruction booklet, it's an example of like it's a project with a strong thesis that goes all the way down the hallway with one person's input, if that makes any sense. So everything about that figure, from its strengths to its weaknesses to the way its instruction booklet is put together, communicates to you this entire project that was like one guy having all these good ideas and no one else was on the team for the most part. So like the instructions go into super detail about like certain things, and then they kind of gloss over other things that clearly to the designer those things were obvious. While some of the other things that it goes into major detail for, it's like you really didn't need to explain this so much, but the way it goes into that detail, it's like you can tell that the designer was very proud of that step. And then when you do it, you're like, no, this was a very cool couple of steps. You should be proud of this. So Bold Forms Gladius, because like it has such a story that it tells through its very being, is like, it's so discussable to me. That like it bums me out that like most of the talk around it is just like it's a bad toy, and it's like, okay, but like there is a story that it tells still that like other bad, quote unquote bad toys, I'll say quote unquote because it's all subjective still, but like that other weaker transforming toys like don't really get to tell because they are simply the object in your hands. Because we know Bold Forms was really just like one guy and then the factory that produced his stuff. There's a lot more I think that it says in what it is. I was just gonna scroll up and miss something here. I always felt Devil Savior Mixmaster might fit since it's loud and messy, goes on too long, just like Revenge of the Fallen. Yeah, the Devil Savior movie Devastator robots are like they're like antithesis to everything I like from what I've seen. And if they had like a very obvious like design story, I feel like they might end up fitting in with the Bold Forms Gladius kind of story as well. Like, because everything I've seen about them is they're kind of over engineered and they involve tons of ball joint finickiness. And as far as I know, every single one has had a major break that's not uncommon for a lot of people who pick them up. And like two of them I've read described as almost designed to only transform in one direction and not go back, and like is fascinating. But like I want to know like how big the production team was on them. Like, is this also one mad designer's vision, or is this like a team effort, which to me changes the way I receive it, I guess, to a certain degree. I want to do one more thing on his axe, I think, and then we're all done. I had to imagine being involved in Transformers adjacent product design, the depths of history to bringing even the smallest thing to market are real. Yeah, it kills me that, especially with Hasbro, we're unlikely to ever hear a lot of the stories of development behind, specifically a lot of Transformers, because they're such unique, items, for lack of a better term. I think it's a crying shame that everything is under NDA, everything is trade secrets, and none of it's really up for discussion after the fact, unless it's very filtered and often in a positive light. And I'm like, I want to know though. Like I genuinely have an interest in the hard stories, especially of the figures that just didn't work in the end. And I know I've had kind of odd conversations with Aaron Archer about this as well, where it's like, maybe the designers don't really want to be tied to things that didn't work. And I'm like, yeah, in a very, product sense, I guess. But as an enthusiast for what I consider to be the art form of how they're designed, I can only really disagree. I think there are fascinating stories to tell that are not kind to the items. When I had my Hasbro Q&A after the FanFest a month or two ago, I said as much to them in a more structured, positive light at the end of the Q&A session, where I basically said, like, I used the plural because I think I said my senses is how I pretended a bunch of people told me this, but I was like, generally we really like every single time you guys are able to give us peeks behind the scenes, be they these backer updates from Unicron, be they the way that you revealed Generation Select's Black Zarak. I a lot of us would love to see you guys be able to like go back and talk about this about figures like this, but like figures that are now 2 or more years older, because as I basically said to them, whenever you guys get to talk about this, it always has to serve double duty as promo. And it would be great to have conversations to read, with you guys talking about these processes and these stories without them having to promote an item that's coming out, like talking about stuff that's already come out. So whatever you say about it doesn't affect sales anymore. And you can tell just stories without telling us how cool the thing is. And also a bunch of us will have the figure in hand now, so we can almost follow along with some of your stories as we look at what the end result was. So I don't know if that would ever, turn into anything, but I tried to seed the idea whilst I had some ears. I just think that stuff would be absolutely fascinating. And I think it would help us understand the toys a bit better, too. Like, already, the greatest advantage of the Transformers team saying anything to us, like, especially in the Aaron Archer era of BotCons, part of what was so great about it was that, to a certain degree, you could ask them the why don't theys, and you'd at least hear their answer for the why don't theys. And, whether or not you accept that answer as being true, is a whole other conversation that people would go through. But the Aaron Archer team especially, like, rarely had reason to just, to lie about stuff. Because usually by the time you were asking them things, it was like, the timing wasn't such that, this is going to affect the sales of product. And it just helps guide fan conversation, I think, because it means that there's inherently less speculation, and less speculation means more vibrant conversation, in my opinion. And I think some lessons were learned from that, but I think it was sort of in a different direction, because, as many have clarified blatantly now, like, a lot of Hasbro people, when they speak, you can hear the media training in how they're speaking. And it colors that conversation a whole lot. Cypher, modern Hasbro is oddly resistant to looking back just a few years, and like that. I was one of the questions I had. I was saying, can you guys share at all, like how open the timeline is on Generation Selects? Like, how far back can you reach for toys to use in concepts? And they immediately took that as like, well, as you saw with Transformers Prime, when there's certain anniversaries, we can go back to dip into older product lines, which interestingly did tell me some stuff about, like, hey, well, there are little anniversaries always springing up, so that's cool to know. But I also quietly was noting, like, you immediately parse that as reissues and not like, can you use older toys in new plastic colors. And what's the lifespan of a Transformers toy to appear in Selects was kind of the crux of the question. Because we can intuit stuff, but I was hoping to just, like, hear something about it. And, like, I'll always stress, like, when I say, I was hoping and blah, 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 like, I don't expect comprehensive answers. I'm just trying to always, as I said with Drew Nolosco from the Transformers TCG, I'm always trying to kind of, like, stick my screwdriver in the door kindly and wiggle it around a bit and hope that some noises fall out. Yeah, Picky Peeves. I think there's a whole story to tell going back to the early 2010s about how Transformers changed on the back of oil prices going up. The changes that very suddenly appeared with the fall of Cybertron video game generations. Like, that's a marked, hard line in the delivery of Generations Transformers. So hard a line that I'm like, there is an obvious story to tell about this, and we're coming up on like nearly a decade removed from it, and I'm like, there's you could make a really engaging like 1 hour doc about this, or even 1 hour 2 hour podcast about this. Like the bummer about the like what for instance like you're saying like what were they going to do for Commander Demolisher, like that's so close to the bone that like talking about a toy that they didn't make gives toy ideas to potential competitors, as they say. So I could see how like that stuff maybe doesn't happen until a decade removed, but something as all encompassing as how, because, and also not to like stumble over myself, but like describing how you account for the change in oil cost and the story of that we can plainly see in like Fall of Cybertron, Bruticus, into Thrilling 30, etc. Like they've gotten better and better at streamlining and making more efficient the very plastic that is in Transformers, especially in Generations, and like it is nothing more than a compliment to everyone working on the brand to talk about this, because the end result has been a positive, and those are the ones that really make me start like gnashing my teeth a little bit, because I'm like this is positive press for y'all, so like there's no reason to be skittish about this. Yeah, or Deluxe Arachnid. Eat the loss on that one. Again, we're coming up to like a decade on that one, right? Eat the loss on that one and just, tell the story of what Deluxe Arachnid was going to be, what you wanted it to be, how you tried to account for X, Y, and Z, and how we ended up with, this sort of classically despised Deluxe Transformer. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to do anything else with this axe, but I feel like I should leave it alone. I'm just looking at it in the camera to see if I can see things I'm not seeing in person. Hey, Carnage! Hey, Chris Carnage, I got an instant question for you. I think I want to leave this axe alone. Do you see anything else? Because I think I want to leave it alone. I don't really know what effect I want. I kind of was just winging it. And now I feel like if I wing it anymore, I'm going to get away from what I have. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make me a light blue. I'm gonna make me a mid blue glaze. I'm gonna make me a glaze, and then we'll call it on that one. Where'd my blue go? There's my blue. Blue tone. Anything I want to do up here? I was gonna lighten up the metal on this gauntlet, but I like how scunge it is. Let's do us some glaze. I saw something about Commander Rodimus. I will get to that. What are your thoughts on Commander Rodimus being smaller than other commanders? I think that, like, his package justifies itself, like, having seen some of the in-hand shots from people who found him already. Like, you're getting the plastic that you're paying for. As with any, easiest other example right now being Earthrise Optimus or MP44. It's like, do you feel the value in the additional plastic of the trailer and the accessories or not, is the really big question. Objectively, they're not like pulling the wool over your eyes or anything. Like, you're getting your value in there. Is the value worth it to you? Is really the thing. The thesis of that Rodimus is we want him to have the trailer and we want it to do the command deck thing. And so there is no other way to do that thesis than the way they've done it. So I can't at a certain point, like I can't really complain too much because it's like you're doing what you set out to do. Um, it's just like I think that the in general, the first one. I mean, it wasn't the first. There were two in the wave. I just call them the first because I like them the most. This whole approach that I feel they kind of started with Siege Shockwave, I still think Siege Shockwave did it the best out of every single one. You know, the using the price point in part for accessories, like nobody hit it the way Siege Shockwave hit it for me. Siege Shockwave was just like a play pattern in a box that kind of didn't happen again. I'm starting to get into this whole, like, I was about to go on a whole tangent about like the notion of Transformers expectation. Um, but like there's like I think that like basically if you don't like that part of the figure budget is into like a trailer, and then it's like full stop, like that the thesis of this doesn't connect with you, so there's going to be a hard limit on how much you enjoy this whole figure. Um, and I think it's important to like hit that first so that you don't get yourself into like an argument with people who are down with the thesis, because then you're eventually having a discussion where like the two viewpoints, they're not like wildly separate, but they are separate enough that I feel like there's kind of a limit on how far you can take it. Um, like I have in the opposite direction, I have a sort of conversation about that with all the third-party cartoon model Menasors, the two large ones and the one legend size one. Um, I love the thesis of those. The thesis being we're going to make transforming Stunticons that transform to combine into cartoon model Menasor. I think that is absolutely fascinating. Uh, I think if you don't think that's cool, it's like you at best you might pick one or two of them out of there if you like certain Stunticon characters. Unfortunately, if you like Motormaster, there's a good chance that he comes with a Menasor, because that's the way that this will work. So he'll end up being quite expensive for just a Motormaster, and a very skinny Menasor. Um, but I also will always stand up for those projects because I'm like they're taking on one of the classically ridiculous Transformer ideas that like that doesn't work. So you have to find solutions for how it works. And all the leak lists make it sound like Hasbro's going to take another swing at Menasor in the coming 2 years as well, um, which is interesting. I'm curious if they might have a different solution, but I think that really like the trailer turns into Menasor is the solution for cartoon model Menasor. Um, and I like cartoon model Menasor when you're making Transformers turn into him because it's ridiculous. So like I'm down with it. Uh, I'm super down with it. Um, and I should say the one I'm leaving out, Fans Toys, seems to me like they have not shown a Menasor, so I don't know if they have a solution that's gonna like. I genuinely think their solution is just gonna be a Menasor full of sockets as an action figure, which is not interesting to me really at all. But all the other ones are just like, nah, like for better and for worse, I'm into it. I don't think Scramble City, when you go to the cartoon model guys and you try to and you try to like do complicated things like cartoon model Menasor or built-in hands and feet, built-in hands and feet, I think you have to sacrifice Scramble City for most of those, and I'm fine with that. I don't hold as much value on the scramble factor as I know a couple other folks do. So I'm okay sacrificing that for the gain of integrated parts. That's why I like the all built-in Bruticus so much. For Cartoon Menasor, the reason why I'm okay with no scramble factor is because to pull it off, you gotta either build an elbow joint into two of them, or those same two have to have the ability to split in half to become an elbow. Either way, I think it becomes. I guess that you could. I mean, I guess because the other two are just mounting on the back to a degree, there could be a way to do it. But I guess that by not making the two leg dudes have to accommodate an elbow one way or another, those two leg dudes also become the early budget buy where you're just getting two car transformers. And I guess I'm speaking now as far as like, drawing people into a play pattern. So I guess, yeah, a little self-defeating. But I like the notion of trying to tackle like the ridiculous thesis of transforming Cartoon Menasor. Because Cartoon Menasor sucks. But like when you try to make him work, then he becomes like, instead of me saying he sucks, instead I'm like rubbing my hands together and I'm grinning and I'm like, yeah, he sucks. And I'm like getting all excited. Carnage, I saw you wanted to see Boom Howler closer up. I'm calling it done on Boom Howler. I was able to get some messy tartan nonsense in here, and I think I don't want to push my luck too much. Yeah, it's like I think if you make Wild Rider and Breakdown be as expensive as the rest, you can do Scramble Cartoon Menasor. I think though you also inherently got to go for the Power Suit Menasor. The thing is, the reason why I'm cool with Power Suit Menasor is because it's Cartoon Menasor. Like that design from top to bottom is a large man wearing four cars. Sometimes the two arm ones are more so his arms. But as a play pattern, I also kind of like the idea that the Stunticons are a truck and four cars, and then there's this trailer, and you're like, oh, the trailer's a base, and they're like, no, the trailer's the sixth member, and then the trailer turns into this giant Menasor armature. The other five socket themselves into it, and they've forced a combination to happen without the technology to fully actually combine. Like to me, it really thematically works for Menasor. The idea that like Menasor is a sixth Stunticon that is like a cobbled together combiner made by five goons who can't combine. So they've figured out a way to force it to happen artificially, and that also explains why Menasor's psyche is completely deranged. Is like they don't even properly merge their brains together. They already hate each other, and now they've forced a physical combination through this sixth vessel, whose mind is then like force filled with their five brains. Like everything about it, like to me, is interesting. Whether or not it's happenstance or not, like it all just like it comes together in a way that I really like. And it was when I saw the first Power Suit trailer idea get a prototype released, I was like, oh, I totally see this now. Like I see this, and like it kind of works for me. It's kind of a bummer. From what I hear, the X-Transbots trailer tries to also have a base mode, and it sounds like that compromises everything to where it's not a very pleasant item to just physically engage with, which is a real shame. DX9's trailer looked like a legit toy in a really good way, but again, the in-hand accounts were that it felt like they got to the T3 part of test shots and then just put that into production. And that's a shame. Like basically, everyone whose reports I've read about the DX9 trailer are that it feels janky, unfinished. I think they were really rushing to get it out for the worst. So like oddly enough, the smaller scale Magic Square version seems like it might be the tightest version of this whole idea. And it turns into a Menasor who's the size of MP44 as opposed to like a giant Menasor. Oh yeah, Motormaster's little drone car buddy. Like I liked what Combiner Wars did with that, like just making him into Blackjack. I think that was also fascinating. The Stunticons, I think, because they're just cars, who have to form a bulk that resembles, I always refer to Bruticus because he's to me the other one, but you have to have these cars and a truck form the same bulk as Bruticus, so like they can really, like, I think, play around with how they combine, because almost a little evidence by Combiner Wars. It's like the more you just make it the cars turn into everything, the more you have to like account for, how do you put it, structural mush. I think a lot of it comes down to, I wish that the Motormaster Optimus torso thing wasn't so loudly Wave 1, because it feels like that toy was almost a sacrifice to get the rest of the torsos to come together more, as far as like figuring out tricks and stuff. Yeah, I'd like to see new Combaticons too. Like I really like the Ocular Max Assaultus Combaticons because they're doing the all built-in thing, which is such a fascinating and overall, I think, well done idea. As much as, like, the feet end up being like a little bit small, like it's so cool to watch Onslaught's torso belch out the Bruticus chest plate and head in like 3 different pieces that just go and like Bruticus's chest is now on Onslaught's chest. I love it. I love it. That's what I really liked about a lot of the Combiner Wars torsos, was how they would just like make the chest stuff part of everything. The nice thing about the nice thing about the Assaultus take is that a lot of the chest plate stuff is also otherwise like it's not there, like it's inside Onslaught, so it's not like he doesn't have the little like extra pouch on his backpack. Also, I think that the Combaticons are quintessentially, like, they're a combiner design that can work for so many different takes and tweaks and different visions, because it's four very different vehicles and a large platform on wheels with a gun on the back, and it's like you got a lot of wiggle room in all that. Anyway, I think these guys are all done. I think I'm happy with this version of the axe. Now it looks like it is like it's got that kind of perpetual inner glow, which I was hoping for. I might give these folks another rimming on the rims of the bases, another rimming, because it's looking a little bit patchy. I want to show off quickly James, who I didn't work on today, but I was going for something like non-metallic metal, but I didn't research how to do it, so I kind of winged it. So on the blue parts anyway, I'm really happy with how this looks with the metallic stuff around it. The metallics are going to get shade washed, and some of them are going to get brassed up. And I'm going to do some like blue light treatment on those 2 slits on the thighs, and I might do a little bit of the same light on the gears on the heart and on the shoulder blades. But this is what I'm looking forward to finishing up next, now that these 3 are mostly done. We bought the robot. Do you think there will ever be any new iconic combiners like Victorion? I think that there will. I don't know if they'll get decent toys is the main thing. Because we have venues for those to happen where they are happening. In RID 2015, in Cyberverse, but they rarely get to have a toy that I think really communicates the whole story of the team merging into the character, because they don't get to have Generations tier treatment, which is a crying shame. Like we got Crash Combiners coming out under Cyberverse with the Dinobots, that those 2 at least where stock photos just kind of made their way out. And there's some cool stuff happening in there. And if, like, to me, that tells me, like, oh, are you guys going to do Volcanicus in Cyberverse? That seems like that is the natural storytelling path that could lead to show-wise. That then makes me think, oh, damn, there could be a really cool Cyberverse Volcanicus. And then it's like, oh, damn, it's highly unlikely. And also, we literally, I think, don't really have the room for another Volcanicus, period. outside of like a kind of simpler one that kind of slaps together. And there's nothing wrong with the simpler ones. It's just like, to me, they don't tell me the story that I want to engage with my hands. Um, and I'm making guesses now. This is like speculation, and this is also why I always am hesitant to do speculation, because I am talking about things that literally don't exist. And things that have no proof that they will ever exist. Yeah, Cypher, the Rid Stunticons, in a perfect world, I'd be able to drop several hundred on a set of Rid Stunticons that are fully featured, that are like 8 inches tall in robot mode, and they can do everything. That would be the dream, because they were designed so well in the show. Where you got four Stunticon limb guys who can crash combine together into two, double combined Stunticons, or they can separate then combine with Motormaster into Menasor. And I'm like, really expensive versions of those that could do everything? I would 100% be down for, because they were just such cool designs, and they weren't super G1 slavish. And then, but Motormaster looks like Motormaster. Menasor looks like Menasor, but then the limb guys took a lot of liberties. The dual combiner Stunticons were a completely new thing. Fully featured high-end versions of those, I'm like, yo. And yeah, the characters were fun, which, that makes me want to buy figures of them. Like, the trick still works. Picky Peeves, you mentioned wanting to see more diverse combiner teams like the Constructicons. Would Monstructor work for that? 100%. In my opinion, like a sort of modernized take on Monstructor, where you lean into all of them being, rather different from each other, could make for a really cool, monstrous Monstructor, as we tend to see in, more than one comic continuity now. Yeah, grown-up versions of the Rescue Bots, I actually genuinely thought we were due for those by, a year or two ago. I was like, the path is laid out. And Blur did it. Blur, of all characters, Blur managed to do it by getting a warrior class. And that made me really annoyed, because I'm like, I haven't watched the Rescue Bots episodes with Blur. I don't know who this is. I want to see my G1 Rescue Bots. I want to see the first 4. Yeah, third party Rid Decepticons would have been so sweet. It's one of the set, like, as we have had over the years, you have sort of realizations about the official market and what it can do and what it can't do. The sad realizations of what the unofficial market can and can't feasibly do is still depressing to me, even though I kind of got over it, 5 or 6 years ago. This is realizing, like, yeah, Rid 2015 Decepticons as third-party toys, highly unlikely, because there are not enough people who want to buy it compared to how much it would cost to make them, when the same company could instead grab a design from a freelancer who like made another G1 guy. At least third party, I think, is very slowly moving away from G1 Masterpiece as far as like people giving a crap about them. And when we say Rid, we always mean Rid 2015. Rid 2001 got good toys. They got good toys of their Decepticons. Well, they're Predacons. The Rid 2015 Decepticons, there are so many good ones, and it's literally criminal that some of them, in fact, don't have toys altogether. Or some, like Saberhorn. The only way to get a Saberhorn action figure from Rid 2015 is to buy the Crash Combiner of him and Bisque. And there's nothing wrong with the Crash Combiner, but when that's the only Saberhorn on the market, there is something wrong. Because he never did that with Bisque in the show. And Saberhorn was a fairly important character for a few episodes. Oh yeah, he's gonna make a joke about the reason names. Like, did y'all see the joke going around Twitter of like how like Prime Bumblebee, Prime, Bumblebee Prime, Bumblebee, Cyberverse Bumblebee, Cyberverse Prime, and then Prime Cyberverse Prime and Prime Cyberverse Bumblebee are all different things? But like third party stuff is always going to be kind of G1 ish, but like it feels like the importance of masterpiece slot fillers is diminishing further and further, given just like what I see floating around now. Um, Granted, like part of it is because it turns out that all those pockets, I call them pocket scales because calling them Legends class feels weird to me given what Legends class actually is. But the pocket scale third party stuff is really taking root because it lets folks collect kind of masterpiece like G1 like toys, but like they're pointedly less expensive and large. And I think because they're small and they don't have to account for certain weights, they're able to do like such interesting engineering that doesn't upscale easily. I think it's really cool, but like it's not like fully original stuff, but like I think that like Mastermind reformatted, like continuing is a really positive thing for unofficial transforming robots because they're more and more like moving towards like semi-original. At least like they're not like doing slot fillers as much. Like between like Optus Pex is a comic Optimus, but like the actual figure is to me an engineering statement. And Eris is borderline an original character. Like I know that she is referencing a bunch of stuff kind of put together, but to me she walks closer to the line of original transforming character than nearly anything else they've done. And I would even say like some of their stuff that's very IDW-ish has also walked a bit closer to the line of original character. Or at least they're doing like, this is our take on this character, and I like that stuff. I think I've come to see it as like it's just a nice compromise in a market where like the moment it doesn't look like somebody, people lose interest. So if it's 10% somebody, and that brings in like tons more eyes, even though it's really not like a somebody that you really know. Like Make Toys Cross Dimension did that as well, which I hope comes back. Like I like that sort of thing existing, but I really hope Eris leads to more stuff that is just like we just made a cool transforming robot. Like for those who don't know, if you look it up, Eris, but Eris is basically, she's kind of like a transformer that looks like, I believe it's Desaurus's wife, but she's absorbed the appearance of Tarn and she turns into a tank. And she just looks really cool. And if you take the Tarn mask off and you don't know who Esmeralda is, or whatever syllables I've added or subtracted, she just looks like a cool tank lady robot, and like full stop. And her transformation uses her body mass for parts of the tank, which for a female transforming robot in 2021 is kind of a statement now. She's not like a lady robot who curls up in a ball and a tank forms around her. Like her legs are 100% the tank turret, which is a cool take. And she's got like a backpack that forms some of the bottom of the tank, like with the treads. That's a thing, but like that figure just like it hits so many good notes that are irrelevant to like giving her Tarn's color scheme and mask as a mask you can take off. I guess she's got Tarn's arm cannon as well, which sort of sticks out. But yeah, like Cross Dimension Jetfire to me is like a cool jet robot that they put out in 2 color schemes, and one of those color schemes happens to be very Jetfire-ish. Like yeah, let's say for saying like quote plays with major brands is like it's a place you can exist, I think, without devoting yourself to like replicating stuff. Although like I like that they were and still are doing IDW Transformer designs that don't really have official toys, because like I think that the bus is kind of like left the station for that now, for the most part, and it's neat to see that stuff get represented. Like I don't think we're in line for wow, where'd it go? Where'd the name go? I don't think we're in line for an official transforming satisfying Termigax
anytime soon, and I think that there's a decent chance that like a mastermind or someone else who likes that design could do something with Termagax. I think that there's a decent chance we get a licensed Termagax action figure, but I don't think we get a just chills out with my Transformers and turns into a box tank Termagax, and that bums me out because Termagax is cool. Termagax is cool. Star Drive is cool. Aileron is cool. Centurion is cool. I think the station has left for any of them getting official transforming toys for now. I say that in the hopes I eat crow. Because I know Lanny was saying Kingdom kind of removes the roof that was sort of hovering on top of Generations to let them put in other stuff, but I feel like that more so means Beasts and Unicron trilogy before it means anything from the comic books. And I would like to be wrong, and hopefully they prove me wrong. And there's nothing wrong with Beasts and Unicron trilogy. I'm not going to whine about that. It's just like I yelled about this on Twitter a bunch, but especially like the trio from IDW1, Star Drive, Aileron, and Centurion. They're also incredibly toyetic in how they look, so it's like it's not even like a stretch to make them look like oh, how would they ever work as Transformers toys? It's like Star Drive is ridiculously toyetic, like top to bottom. She even has a repaint built in. She even if you go for it as a retool, she has a retool tool like built in for her what is it, Wraith enhanced appearance. Aileron is literally a transformer. You look at Aileron and you're like, oh, where do I buy that? Centurion, literally a transformer. You look at that, you're like, oh, where can I buy that? It's a train transformer. Nyx and Scold, you look at them, quite frankly, and you're like, oh, where do I get those? Those look like they transform. Like I don't think the line between realism is like as far drawn as it was like trying to figure out like how do we get an impactor out of like this old Jeff Senior art or something. Like that problem was solved over time, but like newer characters who debuted in the comic books are incredibly toyetically designed now, I think. We just got to get them on Cyberverse. Oh no, wait, but Aileron is a female flying alt mode, so you never get a deluxe of her because where's Deluxe Windblade? So I went on for a lot longer than I meant to on this stream. I was like, good, we're capping at 3 hours. So let's see this last one, Elson Quizmori. Do you think the Chuggers toys are losing their appeal because of Studio Series 86? Not really. Like, I don't think that there is. This is gonna sound a little bit mean, so I don't mean this to be like kind of like, but like, Studio Series 86 Wreck-Gar and Reveal the Shield Wreck-Gar are straight up going for different stuff. So I'm like, neither one makes the other look worse. They're both going for completely different thesis statements to me. Like even Studio Series Jazz is going for a different kind of jazz than Reveal the Shield Jazz. Like to me, they're not mutually exclusive. But Studio Series Hot Rod is making a lot of other toys look worse, but I think that's because he's doing a thesis that multiple other toys tried to do and didn't accomplish as well. But otherwise, like, yeah, I don't know, like Studio Series 86 isn't really like diminishing any Generation stuff for me. It more so is taking swings at Masterpiece stuff, but also it's taking swings at fairly aged Masterpiece stuff. So I don't really feel like it's holy crap, how could they do that to my MP Grimlock? Like I long ago got my money's worth out of MP Grimlock. Yeah, it's like Kingdom versus Generations Warpath. They look shockingly different from each other. One's rounder. Like they're those two are close enough. I could see like I could see the conversation for those two a bit more because Generations Warpath is so close to all the notes on Warpath that like that one might have been just filling in, and now that someone can get a rounder Warpath, they're happier. And
And, it's going to be case by case, but line wide, I wouldn't say it really is like nullifying anything. Um, I think it's interesting, like the slightly different. I use the word a lot because I heard it, and I think it's a nice word to account for a lot of things. Like I use the word thesis, kind of like the outset goal of what the figure is. I feel like the Studio Series stuff, and I'm gonna lump Cyclonus in with them because I think it's kind of obvious. Um, they have a slightly different thesis than the Earthrise Siege or Kingdom stuff, like in the way that they work. To me, and it even comes down to like the placement of ports and stuff, or the way that their weapons store, or are even held. Uh, they're going for like different things, very very minorly, subtly different things. I'm just sitting here going like, man, if only someone would make videos about these. Oh, well, we're a miniatures painting streaming YouTube channel, so I don't know if I can say anything to that degree. I'm just seeing if I want to do anything else to these bases. They're drying so weird. Anyway. Carrot Gear, have a good night. Thank you very much. I am definitely a fan of curing brain funk. My brain funk always comes and goes, and it's very frustrating, but I also have found there is a power in just saying that takes some of its power away from at least like impacting me and making me freak out, going like, what's going on? It's like, I know you're there. I know you're there, buddy. But, try to do something about it. You try to stop me, pal, Mr. Brain Funk. And yeah, I'm just getting some of these tapered rims sorted out. But as I was saying, thank you all for tuning in, hanging out. I used to always say, damn, I really like streaming. I should do it more. And now I'm just doing it more. So I have fun doing this. Like, we're, mostly just sort of Q&Aing while I'm painting stuff when I do these mini painting ones, but it's fun conversations. Also, like, I get some nice tips for, from other people's painting experience. I hope that it sounds like in some cases this is also helping painting look, more enticing to do, or less, freaky to do. And I hope that happens for folks, because a lot of mini painting YouTubers helped me feel less freaked out about painting. And it's a nice, relaxing hobby. It's a nice hobby also in that, except for when you have a phone pointer right in front of your face, but even then you're not looking at it the whole time. It's nice having a hobby where you can look at an object for a while and still feel like you're satisfied doing something. Same thing with solo board gaming, where I can like look at objects and feel the same satisfactions, just to mix it up a little bit. Give my poor computer a break, even though I don't turn it off, which I should be doing. But I'm just rambling now. So yeah, I got these 3 done. I know I can get James done over the weekend. Get some colors down on Dr. Stygius and Leadfoot and Treads. Feels good. Like I keep saying, like I look at a mini like this, and this just freaks me out, like it's all covered in detail and things, and I just get stuck, like, oh, but how am I going to paint this? How am I going to paint that? How am I going to paint this? Oh, what about this? Oh, and then that. And then, like, especially when I have a stream going, it's just like, I'm going to make decisions and just roll with it. And then even though I know I can do more, when I feel like I want to stop, I will just stop and top coat what I have. And then someday I'll maybe come back to them, touch them up some more, add more highlights, to, put in some more contrast. But, like, I just, like, get a completion high that I'm getting from some of these. All right. plugs. Go watch that Wheeljack review. Should have a new episode of WTF at TFW out pretty soon. I just got to put it together, but I haven't yet. I think there's only one major edit I got to do. Check out our last one if you want to hear me go off at the end on Unicron, on HasLab Unicron's instruction book for a while. I've been thinking of doing just a review, like a swerve. It's like Vangelis review, HasLab Unicron, and in parentheses, apostrophe S instruction book. I just watched Thu's Unicron unboxing and watched him, you know, as many others had. Watched him basically get, like, I'm going to say, victimized by the opening pages of the instruction book, not telling you what to do with the bottom planet flap. And the next episode should be fun too. It was about the Friday reveals, so the 3 Studio Series reveals, and some listener questions. And yeah, I thought it'd also just be fun to like review the instruction book because like it's bad, I think, and I want to focus on it a little bit. But it would be a fun swerve review, you know. Because it's like, right now, a review of HasLab Unicron, as far as like what it does for the viewer, is like, it tells, you know, you've already got Unicron if you're going to get him right now. So it doesn't really do much. So it's like, if you have been going for a secondhand market Unicron, I think the instruction book problems are enormously more important to know about than anything about the figure. Because those things could lead you to damage the figure. I think there are some critical mistakes in that instruction book. Like, the more I've been talking about it and reading other people talk about it, the part where it tells you, take his arms and while they're still hovering on the thin armatures, start working the shoulder ratchet that's meant to hold 5 pounds of pressure. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. There's a way to do it safely, kind of, but it's complicated, and the instruction book certainly does not tell you a safe way to do it. I'm surprised that there haven't been more Unicron armature, like arm armatures, getting snapped from people just trying to follow the instructions. And I'm also salty about that instruction book because there was a whole backer update by the instruction book writer, and all due respect to them, I'm like, now I'm really looking at that instruction book, fella. When your toy is over $500 American dollars, instruction book needs to be good. Doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to at least communicate the proper order of operations to put the thing on a stand on page 1. And one of the key things to do for that is at the back of the book. I'm never going to get over that this year. This is going to be it's going to come up all the time. I can't believe that it was at the back of the book. I see how it could happen, too. But I have decided that's no excuse, because you had a whole... You, talking to Hasbro now, so they're here. There was an entire backer update system to notify everyone of, an error like that. And to notify, this is how it happened because of the nature of how things... get done on the factory floor. We changed the order, and when we wrote the instructions, he was going to be packaged with that flap folded away, and for whatever reason, he's packaged with the flap folded out. So, you're going to have to do this in a different order, and here's the page you can go to figure it out. If only there were a backer update system for that specific toy that you could use to notify the end user about this fairly critical situation. It's just, oh boy, I'm not really a axe to grind type person with Transformers toys. It's just like, that really bothers me. I'm not even happy that, like, oh, finally I found an axe to grind. I'm just like, I'm not happy because this is like 500, if you got it on the ground floor, 1 to 2,000 if you're buying one right now because you're ridiculous. I already had all these frustrations. I realized I had two more to put in here. I already had lots of frustrations about the way the backer update system was used, inefficiently and too sparsely. That's the other thing. I was thinking, like, do one review of the instruction book, and then the next review is of the backer updates. And then, like, eventually I actually talk about the toy, which I think is a good toy. I think HasLab Unicron is a good, justified existence, like, incredibly unique, incredibly interesting piece, full of conversation. So it's like, it is only a criticism that I have all these things to say about what should be irrelevant side factors. It is irritating to me that I have so much to say about these should-be irrelevant side factors. Yeah, pick yourself up. Don't fall over. Don't chip the... Actually, no, go ahead and chip the silver. I mean, that's just silver on... Ooh, wait, there's a... I got a splat of blue up there I gotta deal with. That was fortuitous that he fell over. That notified me of a problem I gotta solve. Also, this is a mess up here. I gotta sort this out. Okay. We're gonna solve this last little problem. What is up with the way that this base is drying? It's got these weird drips and stuff to it. I don't know. I gotta not overthink this. People all talking about, like, oh, what's the comparison between HasLab Unicron and Cell? You know, oh, is HasLab Unicron a shell former? Blah, blah. It's like, y'all, these are interesting conversations. These are not important compared to this friggin' instruction book and this backer update record that is available to all of us for our scrutiny. This is, to me, a far more important conversation. That's why nobody listens to me. I have no proof of that. Now I'm just complaining because I saw a paint blemish I want to correct. Yeah, I think Cell is a great... The reason why you would want to me, talk about Cell versus HasLab Unicron is to show how, like, there's things Cell... there are things that Cell does that are really interesting that a exponentially larger toy could not do. And, you know, without reworking how those very interesting things work. Because from what I've seen, a lot of Cell's qualities come from the fact that Cell is not 2 feet tall and 16 to 18 pounds or whatever. Like, Cell's tricks are really cool. Cell's feet, trying to hold up something the size of a HasLab, those feet would implode if you had a toy the size of HasLab Unicron. And that's not a dig on Cell. That's just the difference between a very large figure and an 18-inch figure. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, the idea of a tribalism between the two is so weird to me, because it's like, well, it's not weird to me. It's understandable. It's not like a mystery. I'm not like, how are people having these conversations? But, like, HasLab Unicron is in, among other reasons, is a fascinating piece, because HasLab Unicron illustrates the effect that weight, like, just not even like intended weight, but just the simple weight of sturdy materials, what those materials have as an effect when they are so large, and how much the toy has to structure its very existence around handling all those weights. Like, I remember from the Q&As, the Zoom Q&As, like, might have been a ballpark, but Lanny was saying, like, you know, Unicron Unicron's arms were an entire project in and of themselves because they're each as heavy as like a leader class toy or whatever. I think someone even said like the wing, like I don't know if someone measured it, but the wings alone are like each a leader class toy or something. Like this, when you're dealing with that much weight, like you gotta have joint systems that can handle it. And it's like both Combiner Wars and third-party combiners often tell that same story when the combined mode has a very what you could call implodable crotch. Not that the whole crotch like implodes into a black hole, but like that the crotch, the hip joints area is the weakest point of the thing because that's where it goes like and then like can give out under itself. And like what shoulder joints have to be when a toy gets bigger, and how easy it is to not really think about that as the end user. It's fascinating stuff. Cell's transformation is incredibly neat though. Like that's a really smart use of mass. It's a shame that apparently the tactile feedback on it is, like, for lack of better terms, like bad. I don't hear much good about the experience of transforming Cell over what Cell is doing, which is a real shame to me because I've watched some stop motions of it that looks so cool. I love the way that it, like in stop motion, it looks like a fairly simple like and really clever studio half-eye type solutions of like parts turning inside out to change shape. It sounds like a lot of the tactile feedback on those parts is not very satisfying from what I've read. When a toy costs as much as even Cell does, I try to read a lot about it first. We're at the bottom of the glass. We got a slurp coming. It's slurping time. I only gave you a short burst slurp. I'm not trying to vacuum clean the bottom of that glass. I'm going to spare your eardrums that kind of cacophony. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some chat bits. All right, hashtag Slurping Time, hashtag Milk Daddy. We're going to call it there. Thank you all for chilling out, especially as I kept identifying new things to do for the last 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to live stream like roughly once a week, not really with a regularity. Not with a regularity. I don't really want to pick a day, but I always will put out notification on Twitter. That just seems like the easy place to do it. I am assuming YouTube is notifying most of you that this is happening. That's the only way really to explain some of the folks showing up. So thank goodness that part of YouTube is working. And yeah, next stream it's probably going to be a mini painting stream, but I got some other things I could do beforehand. So it's always a surprise what we do on these streams, except when it's mini painting. So you all have a good morning / evening / Saturday, and I'll talk to you later. Take it, hang on, take it easy. Where's the stop button on this? Stay dominant.